Welcome back to Wolf Heart Tales. Before we dive into tonight's twisted tale of forbidden bonds and ancient magic, show your pack pride, hit that like button, and howl in the comments if you believe in fated mates. Subscribe and join our Moonlit family for more supernatural romance that'll leave your heart racing. Now, settle in close because this story changes everything you thought you knew about Destiny. Tonight's tale, Chains of Shadow and Starlight. 14 chapters of fate, fire, and forever. Chapter 1. The Scent of Blood and Pine. The scent hit me first. Wild pine mingled with a copper tang of fresh blood and something else, something ancient that made my skin prickle with instinctive warning. Rain drummed against the rotting roof of the forsaken hunting cabin, its rhythm as uneven and restless as my own thundering heartbeat. I pressed my spine against the splintered wall, trying to make myself invisible as Uncle Garrett's boots stomped mud across the threshold. His laughter, sharp and cruel as broken glass, cut through the gathering twilight. "Vesper, bring the lanterns, girl." His voice boomed through the cabin's decay, making me flinch despite years of conditioning. "And stay close to the men. These woods aren't safe for something as fragile as you." Fragile. The words settled over me like a shroud I'd worn my entire life. The orphan niece. The burden. The girl who should be grateful for the scraps of belonging tossed her way like bones to a starving dog. I tucked a strand of pale blonde hair behind my ear, fingers trembling as they brushed against the silver pendant resting at my throat, my mother's final gift before death claimed her 10 years ago. "Stay true to your heart, Vesper," she'd whispered with her last breath. "It sees what eyes cannot." The pendant felt warm against my skin, almost alive, as I gathered the oil lanterns with hands that wouldn't quite steady. 3 days into this hunting expedition, my desperate, final attempt to earn a place in the only family I had left, and all I'd earned were blisters, sidelong glances, and the crushing certainty that I would never belong. "Hurry up," Garrett snapped, his breath heavy with whiskey fumes that made my stomach turn. "We caught something special tonight. Something that'll make us legends in this godforsaken hollow." I distributed lanterns among the 5 men composing our party. Derek, my cousin, refused to meet my eyes as he snatched his. The others, Maddox, Brock, and Cole, grabbed theirs with rough hands that lingered too long against my skin, their grins carrying promises that made my blood run cold. "What did you catch?" I forced the words out, trying to sound interested, trying to fit into this world of hunters and violence that had never felt like home. Garrett's smile was all teeth and shadows. "Not what girl?" "Who?" He gestured toward the back room with his chin, eyes glittering with malice and something darker, triumph. "Go see for yourself. Might put some spine in you." The men chuckled, a sound that raised every hair on my body. I hesitated at the threshold of that back room, drawn forward by curiosity and dread in equal measure. The floorboards creaked beneath my boots, announcing each uncertain step like a death knell. The smell intensified as I pushed open the door. Earth and pine and blood. Yes, but now something else entirely. Something electric that made the air itself feel heavy and dangerous, charged with power I could name. My lantern light spilled into the darkness, illuminating the far corner. And there he was. A massive wolf with fur the color of midnight, bound to a support beam with thick silver chains that seemed to burn with their own malevolent light. But as my illumination fell across him, I realized with shock that this was no ordinary wolf. His body seemed to shift and blur at the edges, caught between forms, lupin and human warring for dominance. And his eyes. Those eyes looked up at me with devastating intelligence, burning with a mixture of agony and defiance that stole the breath from my lungs. Storm gray irises in a wolf's face, ancient and knowing and somehow, impossibly, aware in a way no animal should be. The silver chains were burning into his flesh wherever they touched, leaving raw, blistered wounds that wept clear fluid mixed with blood. I gasped, taking an involuntary step forward, hand rising to my throat where my pendant had begun to burn with matching heat. "Careful now." Garrett's voice came from directly behind me, heavy with warning and pride. "That there's a werewolf, girl. First one caught in these parts in half a century. Werewolf. The word escaped as barely a whisper. My rational mind rejected it even as my eyes confirmed the impossible truth before me. Not impossible, Garrett said, misreading my shock for disbelief. Just rare. And valuable. His laugh echoed hollow in the small room. The council will pay handsomely for him. Or for his pelt, if the silver poison finishes him before morning. The creature, the werewolf, lunged forward with a snarl that vibrated through my bones. The chains yanked him back viciously, fresh blood welling where silver bit deeper into supernatural flesh. Stop it. The words escaped before I could catch them. You're hurting him. The silence that followed felt like the breath before an avalanche. Then Garrett's hand clamped down on my shoulder, fingers digging in painfully enough to bruise. It's not him, Vesper. It's in it a monster. And monsters deserve exactly what they get. He shoved me aside hard enough that I stumbled. Now get back out there with the others. We're celebrating. He strode away, calling for the celebratory whiskey to be broken out. I stood frozen, lantern trembling in my grip as those storm-gray eyes remained fixed on mine with an intensity that felt like drowning and salvation all at once. Then a voice whispered through my mind, clear as crystal despite the wolf's unmoving jaws. Help me. Chapter 2. The Voice in the Darkness. I nearly dropped the lantern, stumbling backward until my shoulders hit the wall. My heart hammered against my ribs like a caged bird desperate for freedom. You're in my head, I whispered, glancing frantically toward the doorway where raucous laughter and clinking glasses echoed from the main room. Yes. The voice was deep, resonant, laced with pain that made my chest tighten sympathetically. I am Thane, Alpha of the Shadowpine Pack. If I die here, my people will be left defenseless, vulnerable to hunters like these. I pressed my palm against my temple, trying to reconcile reality with impossibility. This isn't real. Werewolves don't exist. Telepathy doesn't exist. I'm having some kind of breakdown. And yet I kneel before you in silver chains, bleeding from wounds no natural wolf could survive. A pause, heavy with desperation. They will kill me at first light, sell my body to those who would use it for experiments, or worse. Please. The pendant at my throat burned suddenly hot, not painful, but insistent, demanding attention. My mother's final words echoed in memory. Stay true to your heart, Vesper. It sees what eyes cannot. What did my heart see when I looked at this impossible creature? Pain. Intelligence. Desperation. And beneath it all, something else. A strange pull, as if an invisible thread connected us across the space, drawing tighter with each passing second. From the main room came the sounds of celebration growing louder. Garrett and his men wouldn't check on their prize again until morning. They were too drunk on victory and whiskey, too confident in their silver chains. I shouldn't care. This creature, this man, was nothing to me. Less than nothing. A monster from stories meant to frighten children into obedience. And yet, the cruelty of silver burning into flesh. The intelligence and agony in those storm-gray eyes. The desperate plea in that deep voice that had somehow breached the walls of my mind. It all tugged at something fundamental within me, something that had always set me apart in Ravencrest Hollow. An empathy too keen. A heart too soft for the harsh world I'd been born into. The curse that made me weak in Garrett's eyes. Perhaps. Or perhaps it was my greatest strength. Before I could second-guess myself into paralysis, I set the lantern down and approached slowly, hands raised to show I meant no harm. Up close, his size was even more intimidating, shoulders broader than any man I'd known, presence filling the cramped space despite his bound state. If I help you, I whispered, kneeling beside him. Do you swear not to hurt me? Not to hurt them? I gestured toward the main room, though the word them tasted like ash on my tongue. Contempt flashed in those storm-colored eyes. I do not harm the innocent, even those who keep poor company. They're my family, I said, though the word felt hollow. A lie I'd told myself for 10 years to make the loneliness bearable. Are they? His gaze seemed to pierce through skin and bone, reading the loneliness etched into my very marrow. Do they treat you as family should? With love, protection, value? I couldn't answer. Didn't dare speak the truth aloud, that I was nothing to them but an obligation. A burden tolerated but never wanted. Instead, I examined the lock binding the chains. Simple mechanism, but the silver itself would burn him if he tried to break it with his strength. The metal seemed to hum with malevolent energy, designed specifically to torture his kind. I pulled a hairpin from my braid and bent to the task, fingers clumsy with fear and adrenaline. Every few seconds I glanced toward the door, acutely aware of the massive predator inches from my face, of the raucous laughter that could stop at any moment. You have gentle hands. The voice in my mind was softer now, almost wondering. Hands that heal, not harm. It's rare. I'm nobody important, I murmured, focusing on the stubborn lock. Just a girl nobody wants. That remains to be seen. Click. Small but distinct. The lock yielded to my amateur lockpicking, and I began carefully unwinding the silver chains, trying not to let them clatter against the floor. As each length fell away, I watched the wolfman's form become more solid, the blurring at his edges fading as the silver's influence weakened. The wounds left behind were horrific, raw, angry, weeping fluid that shouldn't exist in human or animal flesh. Can you stand? I whispered, removing the last chain. In answer, he rose, and kept rising. His form shifted and expanded until a man stood before me, naked and imposing, his body mapped with scars both old and new that spoke of a life filled with violence. Only his eyes remained unchanged, storm gray, and fixed intently on mine. Dark hair fell to broad shoulders. Despite his wounds, he radiated a power that made the small room feel airless, pressing against my lungs. I stumbled backward, a small sound of shock escaping my throat. Do not fear me, he said, his voice now filling the physical space between us with that same deep timbre that had spoken in my mind. You have done me a service I will not forget, Vesper. He knew my name. I hadn't told him, but somehow he knew. He moved toward the window with movements that were liquid grace despite his injuries, and I realized he intended to escape through the glass. Wait, I said suddenly, afraid, not of him, but for him. You're hurt. Badly. They'll track you. The silver is in your bloodstream. He turned back, expression unreadable in the dim light. Then come with me. The words hung in the air between us, impossible and alluring. I can't just leave, I protested, even as I wondered what exactly I would be leaving behind. A life of being tolerated but never valued? Of existing on the edges of belonging? You can, he said simply. And after what you've done tonight, he glanced meaningfully toward the main room where my uncle's voice rose in drunken song. It might be safer if you do. They will not forgive this betrayal. As if summoned by his words, a shout erupted from the doorway. What the hell is going on in here? I whirled to find Derek standing there, his face contorted with shock and rage, the whiskey bottle slipping from his fingers to shatter against the floor in an explosion of glass and alcohol. Vesper, get away from that thing, he yelled, reaching for the hunting knife in his belt. Everything happened at once. Derek lunged forward. Thane moved with inhuman speed, placing himself between us like a living shield. And I, acting on instinct alone, grabbed my lantern and hurled it at the dry wooden wall. Fire bloomed instantly, hungry flames leaping up the ancient timbers with devastating speed. Derek stumbled backward with a curse as smoke billowed through the room, filling my lungs with acrid heat. In the chaos of flames and shouting, a strong arm wrapped around my waist. Suddenly I was airborne, clutched tightly against a chest that rumbled with a growl that was anything but human. We crashed through the window in a shower of glass and splintered wood. Then we were running, or rather, he was running, carrying me as if I weighed nothing, plunging into the dark forest as shouts and confusion erupted behind us. The cold night air whipped tears from my eyes. Or perhaps I was simply crying, the enormity of what I'd just done crashing over me in waves. I had freed a werewolf. I had set fire to my uncle's hunting cabin. I had fled with a creature from legend. There was no going back. My old life was burning behind me, consumed by flames of my own making. I can't. I gasped, the words torn away by the speed of our flight. You can, Thane replied, his voice steady despite our pace. And you will. The forest blurred around us as he ran, following paths invisible to human eyes, putting distance between us and the hunters who would soon pursue. I should have been terrified. Instead, pressed against the solid warmth of his chest, listening to the strong, steady beat of his heart beneath my ear, I felt something unfamiliar bloom within me. Not safe. The night was too wild. Our flight too desperate. Not comfort. His grip was too tight. The future too uncertain. No, what I felt was something both simpler and more profound. Freedom. Chapter 3. The Hidden Sanctuary. Dawn found us deep in the forest, in a place where ancient trees grew so dense they filtered the early morning light into dappled patterns on moss-covered ground that glowed emerald in the half-light. Thane had finally stopped running, setting me down beside a spring that bubbled up between stones covered in lichens so green it seemed to pulse with its own life force. My legs trembled beneath me, and used to the wild flight through darkness. I sank onto a fallen log, trying to catch my breath and my bearings simultaneously. Every muscle in my body screamed protest. Drink, Thane commanded, gesturing to the spring. His voice carried the weight of authority, someone accustomed to being obeyed. The water here is pure, ancient. It will strengthen you. I hesitated, then cupped my hands and dipped them into the icy water. It tasted of minerals and something else, something vital and ancient that seemed to course through my veins, chasing away some of the bone-deep exhaustion. Where are we? I asked, my voice hoarse from smoke and fear and the night air. Deep in Shadowpine territory. My territory. Thane stood a few paces away, his posture alert as he scanned the forest around us with predatory focus. Sometime during the night, he had shifted partially back, though his movements still carried the fluid grace of the wolf. He had also acquired clothing, worn jeans that hung low on his hips, leaving his torso bare. In the morning light, I could see the full extent of what the silver chains had wrought. Angry red welts crisscrossed his arms and chest, the skin blistered and raw, weeping clear fluid that shouldn't exist. Your wounds, I said, rising instinctively despite my exhaustion. They need treatment. Proper treatment, or they'll fester. He glanced down at his injuries with detachment. They will heal. Our kind recovers quickly from most wounds. Not from silver, I countered, remembering Garrett's words. Silver is poison to you. Those wounds could kill you if left untreated. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, quickly masked, but I caught it. You know our ways? I shook my head. No. Just what my uncle said while he was torturing you. The words tasted bitter. He seemed to enjoy explaining how silver works on your kind. Thane's jaw tightened. Your uncle is a cruel man. Yes, I agreed softly. He is. A distant howl rose in the morning air, pure and haunting. Then another and another, until a chorus of wolves seemed to surround us. But unlike the hunting calls I'd heard on countless nights in Ravencrest Hollow, these held a different note, something that sounded almost like welcome, like celebration. Your pack, I said, understanding Dawn. They know you're alive. He nodded, a smile ghosting across his lips for the first time, transforming his face from severe to almost beautiful. They know their alpha has returned. The smile faded. But they also know I was captured. That humans have learned of our existence here. It changes things. Change everything. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the growing warmth of the day. Because of my uncle. Because the secret we have kept for generations has been compromised, he corrected. His head tilted slightly, as if listening to something beyond human hearing. They're coming. My beta and sentinels. To assess the situation. He turned those penetrating storm-gray eyes back to me, and I felt pinned by the intensity of his gaze. You freed me at great personal cost, Vesper. For that, you have my protection. But others in my pack may not welcome a human among us. Some will see you as a threat, others as a liability. The realization that I was heading toward a pack of werewolves, creatures I hadn't believed existed 24 hours ago, sent a fresh jolt of fear through my system. Maybe I should try to find a town, I suggested weakly. Start over somewhere new, somewhere far from here. With what resources? Thane asked pragmatically. Besides, your uncle's hunting party will search the surrounding towns first. You would be found before nightfall, and I doubt he'd be merciful.
He was right.
I had nothing but the clothes on my back. Thermal shirt, jeans, and boots, all smudged with soot and torn from our escape through the forest. No money, no identification, no supplies. I was as trapped as Thane had been in those silver chains, though my prison was circumstance rather than metal. Before I could respond, the underbrush rustled. 3 figures emerged into the clearing with movements that were too smooth, too graceful to be entirely human. 2 men and a woman, all carrying themselves with the same predatory awareness as Thane. All regarding me with expressions ranging from suspicion to outright hostility. Alpha, the tallest of the men, said, dropping to one knee in a gesture of respect that seemed at odds with his modern flannel shirt and jeans. His dark eyes remained fixed on me with unnerving intensity. We thought you lost to us. The chains, we felt your pain through the pack bond. Felt you fading. Rise, Merrick, Thane said, his posture subtly shifting, shoulders squaring, chin lifting. Even wounded and half-naked, he radiated authority. I would have been lost if not for this human. All 3 pairs of eyes turned to me, assessing with an intensity that made me feel like prey being evaluated by predators. The woman, with midnight curls framing a face of severe, striking beauty, stepped forward with a snarl that showed teeth sharper than any humans should be. You bring a hunter to our lands? She demanded, addressing Thane but glaring at me with unconcealed hatred. After what they did to you. After what they've done to our kind for centuries. I'm not a hunter, I said, finding my voice despite the fear tightening my throat like a noose. I just went along on the trip. I didn't know what they were hunting. I didn't even believe. And yet you were their scent, the woman interrupted, her nose wrinkling in disgust. You carry their blood in your veins. The blood of those who would cage us, study us, destroy us. Enough, Bronwyn, Thane said quietly, but his voice carried the crack of command. She freed me when she could have left me to die. She burned bridges with her own kind to save mine. She is under my protection. A tense silence followed his declaration. The 3 newcomers exchanged glances, some wordless communication passing between them that I couldn't interpret. The council will need to be informed, Merrick said finally, his voice carefully neutral. Humans know of our existence. It changes the treaties, the balance of power, everything we've built. I am aware. Thane cut him off with visible impatience. But first, I need rest and healing. The silver has weakened me more than I care to admit. As if his words had broken some dam, I suddenly noticed the pallor beneath his tanned skin, the slight tremor in his hands, the lines of pain etched deep around his eyes. He had carried me through miles of forest, outrunning pursuit, all while fighting poison burning through his system. You need a healer, I said, stepping forward instinctively, then freezing when all 4 werewolves turned to look at me with varying degrees of surprise. And what would you know of healing our kind, human? Bronwyn asked, her tone scathing, dripping with contempt. I lifted my chin, refusing to be cowed. I know those wounds need cleaning. I know the silver needs to be drawn out before it spreads further. I know infection doesn't care what species you are. I turned to Thane, meeting those storm-gray eyes directly. I worked at the clinic in Ravencrest Hollow. I'm not a doctor, but I have some training. Let me help you. It's the least I can do after you saved my life. Thane studied me for a long moment, something unreadable flickering in his gaze. Then he nodded slowly.
Very well.
Though our healer will have the final say. Merrick made a sound of protest, but Thane silenced him with a single look. She comes with us. That is final. With that decree, we set off deeper into the forest. The three werewolves formed a loose perimeter around Thane and me, alert to any sign of pursuit or threat. I walked beside Thane, acutely aware of his presence, of the occasional brush of his arm against mine when the path narrowed between ancient trees. Though he hid it well, I could tell each step cost him. The silver was taking its toll, spreading through his system like slow poison. How much further? I asked quietly after we'd walked for nearly an hour through increasingly dense forest. Not far, he replied, his voice tight with suppressed pain. Our settlement lies in the heart of the forest, hidden from human paths and eyes by generations of protective magic. Settlement. I glanced at him. I expected. I don't know.
Caves?
Dens. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. We are not savages, Vesper. We have homes, businesses, and lives. We simply choose to live them away from human scrutiny, away from hunters and those who would see us destroyed. I felt my cheeks warm with embarrassment. I'm sorry. This is all so new. Yesterday, werewolves were just stories. Myths to frighten children. And today, he asked, those storm gray eyes searching mine with uncomfortable intensity. Today I'm walking with one, I said simply. Today, everything I thought I knew has changed. The entire world has shifted beneath my feet. He nodded, seeming satisfied with my answer. Change can be frightening. It can also be necessary. Transformative. He glanced at me sideways. Like a girl breaking silver chains in the dead of night, choosing compassion over safety. Before I could respond, we crested a small rise and I stopped short, my breath catching in my throat. Below us, nestled in a hidden valley wreathed in morning mist, lay what could only be described as a small town. Wooden cabins and stone buildings arranged in concentric circles around a large central structure that rose 3 stories high. Smoke curled from chimneys. People, werewolves, moved about their daily tasks with purpose and grace. I could see gardens and training grounds, a communal fire pit, children playing under the watchful eyes of elders. It was nothing like the savage lair I had unconsciously expected. It was a community, a home, a civilization hidden in plain sight. Welcome to Shadowpine Pack, Thane said, a note of unmistakable pride in his voice. One of the oldest werewolf settlements in this part of the world. 3 centuries of tradition, hidden beneath the moon's watchful eye. As we descended into the valley, our presence did not go unnoticed. Activity ceased as we passed. People stopped mid-task to stare, to whisper behind their hands with expressions ranging from curiosity to shock to outright hostility. Some dropped to one knee as Thane passed, heads bowed in respect. Others simply inclined their heads in acknowledgement. But all of them, looked at me with expressions that made my skin crawl with discomfort. They're afraid of me, I murmured, shrinking closer to Thane unconsciously, seeking the shelter of his presence. They fear what you represent, he corrected gently. Humans who know of our existence have historically meant one thing: hunters.
Death.
Discovery that leads to extinction. We approached the central building, a structure of stone and timber that somehow managed to be both rustic and elegant, as if it had grown naturally from the earth itself. Guards flanked the entrance, their postures stiffening as they saw me. Alpha, one began, clearly about to protest my presence, to bar the way. She is with me, Thane said, his tone leaving no room for argument, brooking no dissent. Send for Linnea. My quarters. Immediately. The guards exchanged glances, but obeyed, one disappearing inside while the other held the door for us. As we crossed the threshold, Thane stumbled slightly, his iron control finally cracking under the weight of exhaustion and poison. Without thinking, I slipped under his arm, taking some of his weight. He stiffened for a moment, then allowed the support, his arm heavy but not unwelcome across my shoulders. Second floor, he murmured, and I helped him navigate the wooden staircase that curved along one wall of what appeared to be a great hall. Curious eyes followed our progress from below. Whispers rippled in our wake like stones thrown into still water. Thane's quarters occupied most of the second floor, a spacious suite with high windows that let in dappled forest light. A massive bed dominated one wall, covered in furs and woven blankets. Bookshelves lined another, filled with volumes both ancient and modern. It was the space of a leader but also of a scholar, a man of both action and thought. I helped him to a leather couch near a cold fireplace, easing him down as gently as I could. Up close, I could see the silver poisoning spreading beneath his skin, faint gray lines radiating outward from the wounds like toxic rivers flowing through his veins. "It's getting worse," I said, unable to keep the concern from my voice. "Where's your healer?" As if summoned by my words, the door opened and a woman entered with quiet authority. Older, with silver streaking her auburn hair, her movements deliberate and assured despite her age. She carried a basket of supplies, her sharp eyes taking in the scene before her. Wounded Alpha on the couch, a strange human hovering anxiously nearby. "Silver burns," she said, her tone clinical as she set her basket down and approached Thane with practiced efficiency. "Deep ones. You're fortunate to be alive, Thane." "Fortune had little to do with it, Linnea," he replied, his eyes flicking to me. "This is Vesper. She freed me from hunters who had bound me with silver chains strong enough to hold an alpha." Linnea's eyebrows rose as she turned to study me more carefully, reassessing. "Did she now?" She glanced back at Thane. "And you brought her here, to our sanctuary." "She has nowhere else to go," Thane said simply. "And the hunters will be looking for her, as well as me. She burned their cabin to cover our escape. She's severed all ties to her former life." Linnea nodded slowly, something like approval flickering in her ancient eyes. Then she gestured for me to step aside. "Well, Vesper, since you've already shown a penchant for helping werewolves in distress, perhaps you'd like to assist me now. These wounds need cleaning before I can apply the poultice to draw out the silver poison." Surprised but grateful for the inclusion, I nodded and moved to wash my hands in a basin near the window. As the morning sunlight caught the water, turning it to liquid gold, I glanced out at the settlement below, at this hidden world I had stumbled into, at these people who existed in secret alongside humanity, just beyond the veil. I had freed a wolf from silver chains. And in doing so, I had freed myself from chains I hadn't even recognized were binding me. Invisible chains of expectation and rejection, of never quite belonging, of making myself small to fit into spaces that were never meant to hold me. What I didn't know yet, what I couldn't possibly understand, was what this newfound freedom would cost, or what new bonds might form in the broken places of the old. Chapter 4. The Healing Touch. "Hold him steady," Linnea instructed, her voice calm despite the tension filling the room like smoke. "This next part will hurt him considerably." I braced my hands against Thane's shoulders, feeling the coiled strength beneath my palms, muscle and power barely contained. His skin was fever-hot, the silver poison raising his temperature as his body fought the foreign contamination. We had spent the last hour cleaning his wounds, washing away dried blood and forest debris with water infused with herbs I didn't recognize. The process had been agonizing for him. I could see it in the set of his jaw, the white-knuckled grip on the couch cushions, but he had endured in stoic silence. Now came the difficult part, drawing out the silver that had entered his bloodstream. "I'm fine," Thane growled, though the sheen of sweat on his forehead belied his words. His eyes met mine, storm gray and intense, burning with something beyond pain. "Do what you must, Linnea." The healer nodded and began applying a thick greenish poultice to the worst of the burns. The mixture smelled of earth and bitter herbs, filling the room with an ancient, medicinal scent. The moment it touched his skin, Thane's entire body went rigid, every muscle locked tight. A hiss escaped through clenched teeth. His hand shot out, fingers wrapping around my wrist in a grip that was just shy of painful, an anchor in a storm of agony. "Breathe through it," I murmured, the words coming instinctively from some deep well of compassion. "Focus on my voice. The pain will pass. It always passes." His eyes locked onto mine, pupils dilated with suffering, but he nodded almost imperceptibly. I continued speaking softly, words of reassurance and distraction, nonsense about the weather and the forest, and anything to give him something to hold on to besides the pain. Linnea worked methodically, covering each wound with the poultice, then wrapping it with strips of clean linen. Her movements were practiced, efficient, born of centuries of tending injured pack members. "You have a healer's touch," Linnea observed, glancing up at me with something like approval in her ancient eyes. "And a steady hand under pressure. Where did you learn these skills?" "I worked at the town clinic in Ravencrest Hollow," I explained, still keeping my gaze on Thane, monitoring his breathing. "Mostly reception and filing, but I helped with basic procedures sometimes. The doctor let me assist when he was short-staffed." Linnea's tone was noncommittal, but I sensed her reassessing me, seeing past the surface to something deeper. "Well, your uncle's loss is our gain, it seems." At the mention of Garrett, a fresh wave of anxiety crashed over me like ice water. "They'll be looking for us."
For me.
"I burned down the cabin when we escaped. They'll want revenge." "Good," Linnea said briskly, finishing the last bandage. "Fire cleanses. It will have destroyed most traces of Thane's presence and yours. The hunters will find little evidence beyond ashes and their own failure." "They'll search anyway," I pointed out, voicing the fear that had been gnawing at me since we'd stopped running. "They know werewolves exist now. They'll come with more men, more weapons, more silver." "Let them try," Thane said, his voice rough but stronger than before. The poultice was already working. Color was returning to his face, the gray tinge of poison fading. "Our pack is strong. And now we are warned. We can prepare for what's coming." "The council must be informed immediately," Linnea said, echoing the concern I'd heard from Merrick earlier. "This changes things, Thane. The treaties we've maintained with other packs, the secrecy we've preserved for generations, all of it is at risk now." "I know," he cut her off, easing himself into a more upright position with visible effort. "Call a meeting for tonight. I'll be strong enough by then to face them." Linnea looked like she wanted to object, but nodded instead. "Rest until then. Both of you look dead on your feet." She turned to me, her expression softening slightly. "You should rest as well, girl. You've been through an ordeal that would break most humans. Your body needs recovery time." Only then did I realize how utterly exhausted I truly was. The adrenaline that had sustained me through the night's escape, the long forest trek, and the intensity of treating Thane's wounds had finally drained away completely, leaving me hollowed out and trembling. "There's a washroom through there," Thane said, nodding toward a door in the corner. "And clean clothes in the chest by the window. They belong to—" He paused, something flickering across his features too quickly to read. "Pain? Regret? They'll fit you well enough." Linnea gathered her supplies and departed with a final stern look at both of us, leaving us alone in the suddenly quiet room. The silence stretched between us, filled with unspoken questions and the weight of decisions made in darkness that now had to be faced in daylight. I should leave. Give him space to rest. But my feet wouldn't move. "Stay," Thane said softly, as if reading my thoughts. Then, perhaps sensing my resistance to being ordered about, he added, "Please. You're safer here under my direct protection. Some in the pack will be unhappy about your presence, about what your existence among us represents." I thought of Bronwyn's hostile glare, of the whispers and stares that had followed us through the settlement. "I don't want to cause trouble for you. You have enough to deal with without adding a problematic human to your list." "You saved my life," he replied simply, meeting my gaze with unflinching directness. "Any trouble is a small price to pay for that gift." Too tired to argue further, I nodded and moved toward the washroom. It was smaller than I expected, but well-appointed, a clawfoot tub, a sink with running water that spoke of modern plumbing, towels that smelled of sunshine and pine. They had modern amenities here, I realized with surprise. Electricity, plumbing, all the comforts of civilization hidden away in their secret sanctuary. I stripped off my smoke-stained, forest-torn clothes and stepped into the tub, allowing hot water to soak away the physical remnants of the past 24 hours. If only the emotional aftermath could be so easily cleansed, washed away, and forgotten. As I scrubbed away layers of soot and sweat and fear, the reality of my situation settled over me like a heavy cloak. I had no home to return to.
No job.
No possessions beyond what I wore. I had cut myself off from the only family I'd known since my parents' death a decade ago. And for what? For a stranger? For a creature I hadn't believed existed until yesterday? The silver pendant, my mother's pendant, the only thing I had left of her, still hung around my neck, warm against my skin even in the hot water. Stay true to your heart, Vesper. It sees what eyes cannot. Had my heart seen something in Thane that my eyes had missed? Some connection? Some reason that had compelled me to risk everything to free him? Or had it simply been basic humanity, the unwillingness to watch another sentient being suffer needlessly, regardless of species? I didn't know. And the not knowing was terrifying in a way that had nothing to do with werewolves or hunters or burning cabins. After washing, I found the chest Thane had mentioned and selected a simple outfit, a soft gray t-shirt and black leggings that fit surprisingly well, as if they'd been made for someone my exact size and shape. Whose clothes were these? I wondered again, unease prickling at the back of my mind. A past lover? A pack member? It felt strange to don the garments of someone connected to this world I knew nothing about, yet had irrevocably bound myself to through my actions. When I emerged from the washroom, I found Thane had moved from the couch to the bed, propped up against a mountain of pillows. A leather-bound book lay open in his lap, something ancient, judging by the yellowed pages and archaic text I could glimpse. The bandages stood out starkly white against his tan skin, but his eyes were clearer now, the lines of pain around them softened considerably. "Better?" he asked, setting the book aside as I entered. I nodded, suddenly self-conscious under his steady gaze. "Thank you for the clothes." "They suit you," he observed, his tone neutral, but his eyes warm. Then, perhaps sensing my unasked question about their origin, he added, "They belong to my sister, Leah. She isn't with us anymore. Hasn't been for many years." "I'm sorry," I said, the simple words inadequate for the grief I glimpsed behind his carefully neutral expression. "What happened to her, if you don't mind me asking?" "Hunters," he said flatly, the single word carrying a weight of ancient pain. 20 years ago. She was young, reckless. Fell in love with a human boy from one of the towns. Thought she could bridge the divide between our worlds. His jaw tightened. The boy's father was a hunter. When he discovered what she was, he dealt with her, as he saw fit. Horror washed over me, cold and nauseating. "Thane, It was long ago," he interrupted, though his voice carried the edge of unhealed wounds. She would approve of her clothes being used rather than gathering dust in a chest. Leah always believed in hope, in possibility, even when it killed her. I perched awkwardly on the edge of a chair near the bed, unsure what to do with myself in this strange new reality. Thane watched me with that unsettling intensity, as if he could see past skin and bone to the very core of my being. "You have questions," he said finally, breaking the silence. "Ask them. I can see them burning behind your eyes." Where to begin? There were so many impossibilities that had become my new reality overnight. "How long have werewolves existed?" I asked, starting with the most fundamental question. "As long as humans," he replied without hesitation. "Perhaps longer. The first shift is lost to history, buried in myth and legend. But we have existed alongside humanity from the beginning, sometimes known, more often hidden. Always surviving on the edges of your world." "And Shadowpine Pack? How long have you been here in this valley?" "This settlement has stood for 3 centuries, though the pack itself is older, nearly 500 years. My family has led for 7 generations. Leadership passes from alpha to alpha, sometimes through blood, sometimes through challenge, always through strength and wisdom combined. I absorbed this, trying to reconcile the modern man before me with centuries of hidden history." "And you're the alpha. What does that mean exactly?" "Beyond being the leader." A thoughtful expression crossed his face. "It means I lead, yes. I protect. I make decisions for the good of the pack, even when those decisions are difficult or unpopular. But it's more than that. He paused, searching for words. It's a bond, a connection to every member of the pack. I feel their joys and their pains, their fears and their hopes. We're linked on a level deeper than human family ties. The pack is part of me, and I am part of them. Like bringing home a human, I said wryly, trying to lighten the suddenly heavy atmosphere. Like recognizing a dead ode, he corrected, his gaze holding mine with uncomfortable intensity. And honoring it regardless of consequences. Regardless of what others might think or say. The weight of his stare made me look away, my cheeks warming. What will happen now? With me here, with hunters knowing about you? His expression sobered, the leader replacing the man. That will be decided tonight at the council meeting. The pack elders, the neighboring alphas, representatives from the Treaty Alliance, all must be consulted. This affects more than just Shadowpine. Every pack in the region, every supernatural creature who depends on secrecy for survival, is now at risk. Are there others? I asked, startled. Other supernatural creatures beyond werewolves? He nodded. Many. Vampires, witches, fae, shapeshifters of various kinds. Most prefer to remain hidden as we do. The last time humans hunted us openly. He trailed off, but the implication was clear enough. It didn't end well. I finished softly. For either side. No, he agreed. It didn't. Which is why secrecy has been our greatest protection for generations. And why your uncle's discovery threatens everything we've built. A chill ran through me at the reminder. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what he did, for what humans have done to your kind over the centuries. You are not responsible for the actions of your entire species, Thane said, his voice gentle in a way that surprised me. Just as I hope you will not hold me accountable for every tale of werewolves hunting humans in the night. Every species has its monsters, Vesper. And its heroes. We are not so different, your kind and mine. The absurdity of our situation, a human and a werewolf discussing philosophy and species relations while sitting in his bedroom in a hidden werewolf settlement, suddenly struck me. A bubble of hysterical laughter escaped before I could stop it. Thane raised an eyebrow, something like amusement flickering in those storm-gray eyes. Something amusing about our circumstances? All of this, I gestured vaguely between us, around the room. Yesterday, I was just Vesper Marshall. Orphan niece, town misfit, nobody important. Today I trailed off, unsure how to define what I was now, what I had become. Today you're still Vesper Marshall, he said quietly, with conviction that made my breath catch. But perhaps you're discovering that you're more than you were allowed to be in that other life. More than they let you believe you could be. His words struck a chord deep within me, touching on a truth I hadn't fully acknowledged even to myself. In Ravencrest Hollow, I had always been defined by my losses, by my dependence on relatives who barely tolerated me, by the weight of being unwanted. I had made myself small, invisible, grateful for whatever scraps of belonging they tossed my way. Yet in one night, in one impossible moment, I had made a decision that revealed a strength I hadn't known I possessed. I had acted according to my own moral compass. Consequences be damned. I had chosen compassion over safety, a stranger over family, truth over comfortable lies. It was terrifying, but it was also liberating in a way I was only beginning to understand. You should rest, Thane said, breaking into my spiraling thoughts. The guest chamber adjoining this one is prepared. You'll be safe there. No one will disturb you. I nodded and rose, exhaustion pulling at every limb. At the door to the adjoining room, I paused and looked back at him, this impossible man who had changed my entire world in the space of a single night. Thank you, I said softly, for bringing me here, for protecting me when you had every reason not to. Thank you, he countered, holding my gaze, for seeing me as something worth saving. It's been a long time since anyone looked at me and saw beyond the alpha, beyond the werewolf, beyond the monster of human tales. You saw a person. That's rarer than you know. Our gazes held for a moment longer, something unspoken passing between us, a recognition, perhaps, of kindred spirits. Two souls who had never quite fit into the worlds they were born to. Then I slipped through the door and collapsed onto the bed in the guest chamber, surrendering to exhaustion that claimed me like a tide. I dreamed of forests bathed in moonlight, of silver chains breaking like spider silk, of storm-gray eyes that saw into my very soul. I dreamed of running, not away from something, but toward it, toward freedom, toward belonging,
Toward home.
When I finally woke, twilight was painting the room in shades of lavender and gold. For a disorienting moment, I couldn't remember where I was. The bed was too soft, the air too fresh with pine and wildflowers instead of Aunt Marian's cloying potpourri. Then memory rushed back in a flood, and I sat up abruptly, heart pounding against my ribs. A soft knock came at the door connecting my room to Thane's. "Vesper? Are you awake?" "Yes," I called, running fingers through my tangled blonde hair in a futile attempt to tame it. "Come in." The door opened to reveal Thane, and I had to suppress a gasp at the transformation. Gone was the wounded, vulnerable man I had helped tend to earlier. In his place stood an alpha in his prime, dressed in dark jeans and a charcoal button-down that emphasized the breadth of his shoulders and the power in his frame. His dark hair was combed back from a face that seemed carved from granite in the fading light, all sharp angles and masculine beauty. Only the bandages visible at his collar and wrists hinted at his recent ordeal. "The council is gathering," he said, his voice steady and strong, showing no trace of the pain that had racked him hours ago. "I'd like you to attend the meeting with me." Alarm shot through me like electricity. "Me? Why would you want me there?" "Because your actions precipitated this crisis," he replied frankly, with brutal honesty that somehow didn't feel cruel. "And because I want them to see you as I do, not as an enemy or a threat, but as an ally. Perhaps even a friend."
Friend.
The word hung between us, simple yet laden with meaning that made my pulse quicken inexplicably. Could a human and a werewolf be friends? Could someone like me find a place in this hidden world of ancient magic and primal power? "I have nothing appropriate to wear to a werewolf council meeting," I said, falling back on practicality to mask my uncertainty, my fear. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, transforming his severe features. "Elena brought some things for you while you slept. They're in the wardrobe. Join me when you're ready." He turned to go, then paused, looking back over his shoulder with an intensity that stole my breath. "Vesper, remember who you are tonight. Remember the woman who broke silver chains when it would have been safer to walk away. The woman who followed her heart's truth even into darkness and uncertainty. Hold on to that strength." With those words, he was gone, leaving me to prepare for a meeting that might well determine my fate and his. In the wardrobe, I found a simple but elegant dress of deep forest green that seemed to shimmer in the fading light, with matching flats that fit as if they'd been made specifically for me. As I dressed, smoothing the fabric over my hips, I couldn't help but wonder, was I being prepared as an honored guest or dressed for judgment? Either way, I decided, touching my mother's pendant for courage, for strength, I would face it with my head held high. I had made my choice in that burning cabin. Now I would live with its consequences, whatever they might be. Taking a deep breath that did little to calm my racing heart, I opened the door to face the wolves. Chapter 5. The Council of Wolves. The great hall had been transformed in the hours I'd slept, changed from the simple gathering space I'd glimpsed earlier into something that felt ancient and sacred. Torches blazed in iron sconces mounted along stone walls, casting dancing shadows across tapestries that depicted wolves running beneath full moons, some hunting, some howling, all rendered in threads that seemed to move in the flickering light. A massive circular table dominated the center of the room, carved from a single ancient tree, its surface polished to a gleaming finish by what must have been generations of hands. I could see the rings within the wood, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, each one marking a year of growth before the tree had been felled and transformed into this symbol of pack unity. Around it sat 12 people, men and women of varying ages, all with that same predatory grace I was beginning to recognize as the hallmark of their kind. Some appeared young, barely out of their teens. Others bore the weight of centuries in their eyes, though their faces remained unlined by time. Conversation ceased the moment Thane and I appeared at the top of the stairs. Every head turned toward us in perfect synchronization, like a flock of birds moving as one. The weight of their combined attention made me feel exposed, vulnerable, as if they could see straight through my skin to count every frightened beat of my heart. I fought the urge to shrink behind Thane, to make myself invisible as I'd learned to do in my uncle's house. Instead, I lifted my chin and met their gazes steadily, even as my pulse hammered against my ribs like a caged animal desperate for escape. "The Alpha approaches," announced a white-haired man standing near the table, his voice resonating with formal authority. "And his guest." The slight hesitation before the word guest was unmistakable, weighted with judgment and suspicion. I was an intruder here.
An anomaly.
A threat wrapped in human flesh. The air in the room seemed to thicken with tension as we descended the stairs. Thane moved with fluid confidence, each step measured and deliberate, the walk of a leader who had never doubted his right to command. His hand rested lightly at the small of my back, guiding me forward. Though the gesture appeared casual, I understood its significance. He was publicly declaring his protection, marking me as under his wing and therefore untouchable. "Esteemed counsel," Thane said, his voice resonating through the hall with natural authority. "Thank you for gathering on such short notice. As you've no doubt heard through the pack bonds, there have been developments that concern us all. Developments that threaten everything we've built here." "Development is putting it mildly," said a woman with silver-streaked black hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her aristocratic features were set in an expression of barely contained fury. "You were captured by hunters, Thane, bound with silver chains like an animal. The first breach of our security in 50 years. Our sanctuary has been compromised. And yet here I stand assaulted," Thane replied evenly, showing no sign of taking offense at her harsh words. "Thanks to Vesper Marshall." He gestured to me, drawing every eye in the room to focus on me with renewed intensity. "She not only freed me at great personal risk, but also destroyed the evidence of my presence by setting fire to the hunter's cabin. She fled with me into the forest, severing all ties to her human life. She chose to save me when abandoning me would have been safer, easier, more logical." All eyes turned to me with the focused attention of predators assessing potential prey. I felt stripped bare under their combined scrutiny, every weakness exposed. "She knows of our existence now," said a younger man with sharp features and suspicious eyes, leaning forward with his elbows on the ancient table. "One human knowing leads to others. It always does. Secrets have a way of spreading like wildfire through human communities." "Not necessarily, Remy," countered Linnea from her seat at the table. "I was surprised to see the healer here, but then realized she must serve multiple roles within the pack. The girl has shown remarkable loyalty already, and she has nowhere to return to. Her own kind would punish her severely for aiding Thane's escape. She's as much a refugee as any of us. So we're meant to adopt a stray human out of pity?" Bronwyn's voice cut through the room like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. She stood against the far wall, not seated at the table, but clearly part of the proceedings. Her dark eyes blazed with hostility as they fixed on me. Because she felt sorry for a chained wolf? We don't know her true motives. For all we know, she freed him to follow him here, to discover our location and report back to the hunters. "My motive was simple," I said, speaking for the first time. My voice came out steadier than I expected, clear and strong in the charged atmosphere. Every face turned toward me with surprise. Apparently humans weren't expected to speak without permission in council meetings. I couldn't stand by and watch a sentient being tortured to death. It doesn't matter if he was human or werewolf or anything else. What my uncle was doing was wrong. I chose compassion over cruelty. That's all. A murmur ran around the table at my words, expressions ranging from skepticism to grudging respect. "Noble sentiments," said the white-haired man who had announced our arrival. The one Thane had called Silas earlier. But noble sentiments don't change the fundamental facts. Humans now know of our existence in this territory. The last time that happened, it led to massacres, to decades of hunting that nearly destroyed us. I'm well aware of our history, Silas, Thane interrupted, a note of steel entering his voice. I've lived through more of it than most in this room. But these circumstances are different. The hunters who captured me were few, only 5 men led by Vesper's uncle. They were not part of an organized network, merely opportunistic locals. And with the cabin burned to ash, much of their physical evidence is gone. They'll talk, Remy insisted, his youthful face set in stubborn lines. They'll gather more hunters. They always do. Humans can't resist the urge to destroy what they fear and don't understand. Perhaps, Thane conceded, his tone measured. But they'll be searching for a lone wolf, not an entire community, not a civilization hidden in these woods. And by the time they organize any kind of coordinated search, we can be prepared. We can establish new defensive perimeters, new warning systems. Or we could relocate, suggested Isolde, her voice cool and pragmatic. It wouldn't be the first time we've had to move the settlement to preserve our safety. Our ancestors did it twice before. A ripple of discontent passed through the room at her words. I glanced at Thane, seeing his jaw tighten almost imperceptibly, the only outward sign of his displeasure. Shadowpine has stood in this valley for 3 centuries, he said, his voice carrying an undercurrent of steel that brooked no argument. This is our ancestral home. The bones of 7 generations of Alphas rest in the earth beneath our feet. I will not abandon it at the first sign of trouble, the first hint of threat from the outside world. Even if staying puts the entire pack at risk? Silas challenged, his ancient eyes hard and uncompromising. Even if your pride costs us everything? The pack is always my first consideration, Thane replied, and there was something dangerous in his tone now, a warning. Every decision I make is for their protection and survival, which is why I've called not just our council, but representatives from the neighboring territories as well. As if his words had summoned them, the great wooden doors at the far end of the hall swung open with a creak of ancient hinges. A group of newcomers entered, 3 men and 2 women, all carrying themselves with the same confidence and power as Thane. The air itself seemed to shift with their arrival, charged with competing energies. The leader, a tall man with copper hair that caught the torchlight like flames and piercing amber eyes that seemed to glow from within, surveyed the room before nodding respectfully to Thane. Alpha Shadowpine, he said, his voice carrying a slight accent I couldn't place. We came as soon as we received your urgent summons. The messenger said there had been complications. Alpha Ashwater, Thane acknowledged with a slight incline of his head. Thank you for responding so quickly, Torvin. Please join us. The newcomers took seats at the table, which somehow seemed to expand to accommodate them. Or perhaps there had always been more chairs than I'd initially noticed, hidden in shadow. Their curious gazes lingered on me as they settled, assessing this strange human in their midst. Now that we're all assembled, Thane continued, his voice taking on the formal cadence of official proceedings, let's speak plainly about the situation we face. Yes, I was captured. Yes, humans know of our existence in this region. But this presents not just a challenge and a crisis, it also presents an opportunity for change. Opportunity. Bronwyn scoffed from her position against the wall, her voice dripping with disbelief. An opportunity to be hunted? To be exposed? To watch our children slaughtered as they were in the old times. An opportunity to evolve, Thane countered, his storm-gray eyes sweeping the room with commanding intensity. The world is changing faster than ever before. Humans have technologies now, networks of communication, satellites that can map every inch of forest from space. Staying completely hidden is becoming increasingly difficult with each passing year. Perhaps it's time we considered a different approach to survival. His words sent a shock wave through the room. Even I could sense the radical nature of what he was suggesting, the seismic shift in centuries of policy and tradition. You want to reveal ourselves? Silas asked, his voice tight with incredulity and barely suppressed anger. After 300 years of secrecy? after all the blood spilled to maintain it. Not wholesale revelation, Thane clarified, raising a hand to forestall further outbursts. But perhaps selective transparency. Controlled contact with trusted individuals who could serve as bridges between our worlds, who could help facilitate understanding rather than fear. His eyes flicked briefly to me, and understanding dawned like cold water down my spine. That was why he wanted me here, not just to defend my actions, but as a potential first step in a new direction for his people. Living proof that connection between species was possible. It would never work, Remy said flatly, shaking his head with youthful certainty. Humans fear what they don't understand. And fear inevitably leads to violence. It's happened throughout history, over and over again. We'd be signing our own death warrants. Not always, I said, unable to stay silent any longer. Every eye turned to me again, but I pushed forward, refusing to be cowed into silence. Yes, some humans would react with fear and aggression, but others would adapt. I would like to learn. History is also full of moments when people have embraced the different, the new, the previously unknown, when they've chosen understanding over fear. Pretty words, Bronwyn dismissed, her tone scathing. But your own uncle was ready to skin Thane for profit or glory, ready to parade his corpse through town like a trophy. Are we supposed to believe he's the exception rather than the rule? I met her hostile gaze steadily, refusing to flinch. My uncle is a bitter, cruel man who taught me nothing except what not to become. He doesn't represent all of humanity, just as I'm certain the worst of your kind doesn't represent all werewolves. Every species has its monsters and its heroes, its cowards and its champions. A heavy silence followed my words, thick with tension and unspoken judgments. Then, unexpectedly, Alpha Torvin laughed, a warm, rich sound that broke through the oppressive atmosphere like sunlight through storm clouds. She is spirit, you're human, he said to Thane, approval evident in his tone and the gleam in his amber eyes. And she's not wrong. There have always been humans who accepted our kind, even protected us when we were hunted. They've simply been rare and often met unfortunate ends for their trouble, which is precisely why any change would need to be gradual, carefully controlled, added one of the women who had arrived with Torvin, an older female with gray-streaked dark hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. The last humans who knew of us and didn't immediately turn to hunting were killed by their own kind for being sympathizers, for choosing us over human solidarity. Which is why any movement in this direction must be built on strong foundations, Thane said, taking control of the conversation once more. Beginning with establishing stronger ties between the packs, creating unified strategies, ensuring we stand together whatever comes. United, we're strong enough to face whatever threats emerge. The discussion shifted then, becoming more strategic and less philosophical. Talk of reinforcing territorial boundaries, establishing new patrol patterns and watch rotations, creating emergency evacuation plans for the young and elderly. Protocols for information sharing between packs. Contingencies upon contingencies. I listened, fascinated by this glimpse into the complex politics and practicalities of werewolf society. They were so organized, so cohesive, so remarkably human in many ways despite their dual nature. They had jobs and families, disputes and alliances, traditions and innovations. They laughed and argued and made plans for the future. They were people, not monsters. Just people trying to survive in a world that had never been entirely safe for them. As the meeting continued deep into the night, I found myself studying Thane in this setting. Surrounded by his peers and subordinates, he was transformed. Gone was any trace of the vulnerable, wounded man I had tended earlier. Here stood a leader, commanding, strategic, possessed of a natural authority that had nothing to do with physical intimidation and everything to do with an innate sense of responsibility and purpose. He cared deeply for these people, for their safety and their future. It was evident in every word, every decision, every compromise he negotiated between conflicting viewpoints. And they respected him for it. Even those who disagreed with his approach, like Isolde and Remy, ultimately deferred to his authority. They trusted him to lead them through this crisis. This, I realized, was what it truly meant to be an alpha. Not just strength or dominance, but the capacity to bear the weight of an entire community's well-being on your shoulders. To make impossible decisions knowing that lives depended on your judgment. To stand firm in the face of fear and uncertainty. It was impressive, humbling, and oddly moving in a way I couldn't fully articulate. The council meetings stretched late into the night, the torches burning lower as hours passed in debate and planning. Eventually, a consensus began to form around a measured approach, increased security throughout all allied territories, limited information sharing between packs to coordinate responses, and careful observation of human activity near their borders. Not the dramatic shift Thane had initially proposed, but a step in that direction. A small opening rather than a complete transformation. As for me, my presence remained contentious. But it was agreed after much heated debate that I would stay under Thane's direct protection until my status could be more permanently determined. I was neither a prisoner nor a fully accepted guest. I existed in a liminal space, suspended between two worlds. Much as I had existed my entire life, I realized with bitter irony. Always on the threshold of belonging, but never quite stepping across. Finally, as midnight approached, Thane called the meeting to a close. We'll reconvene tomorrow to finalize the remaining details. For now, rest. Be with your families. And know that Shadowpine has weathered worse storms than this. We will endure, as we always have. The council members dispersed, many casting curious or hostile glances my way as they departed. Alpha Torvin approached us before leaving, his amber eyes warm as they settled on me. You've chosen an interesting time to join our world, Miss Marshall, he said, his accent more pronounced up close, something vaguely European, though I couldn't place it exactly. But perhaps that's fitting. Interesting times call for interesting people. For those brave enough to stand in the spaces between worlds. I didn't exactly plan this, I admitted, managing a weak smile. It just happened. He smiled, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp to be entirely human. The best journeys rarely are planned in my experience. They simply unfold before those brave enough to take the first step into the unknown. He turned to Thane, his expression sobering. We'll speak more tomorrow, old friend. For now, tend to your wounds. And your guest. After the Ashwater delegation had departed, the great hall emptied quickly, leaving Thane and me alone in the vast space. The torches had burned low, casting long shadows that seemed to dance and shift with lives of their own. The meeting had clearly taken a toll on him, though he moved with the same fluid grace as before. I could see the fatigue in the set of his shoulders, the tightness around his eyes that spoke of pain he was too proud to acknowledge. You need rest, I said as he led me back toward the stairs. The silver may be leaving your system, but you're still healing. You pushed yourself too hard tonight. I had no choice, he replied, his voice carrying the weight of exhaustion he'd hidden from the council. They needed to see me strong. Needed to know their alpha hadn't been broken by what happened. We climbed the stairs in silence, and I couldn't help but notice the way he gripped the railing slightly tighter than necessary, the way he paused for just a moment at the landing to catch his breath. Once inside his quarters, the formal mask he'd worn all evening finally cracked. He moved to a sideboard and poured 2 glasses of amber liquid that caught the moonlight streaming through the windows. I think we both could use this, he said, handing me one. Our fingers brushed briefly in the exchange, and I felt that strange warmth again, a spark of something I couldn't quite name. I took a small sip. The whiskey burned going down, chasing away some of the chill that had settled into my bones during the long council meeting. You did well tonight, Thane said, settling onto the couch with a barely suppressed wince of pain. Many humans would have cowered before a room full of werewolves, would have hidden or remained silent. But you stood your ground, spoke your truth. I shrugged, taking the chair opposite him. I've had practice being an outsider. In my uncle's house in Ravencrest Hollow, I've never really belonged anywhere, so I've learned how to exist in hostile spaces. How to stand firm when everyone else wants you to disappear. A shadow crossed his features, something like anger mixed with sympathy. You deserved better than that, Vesper. Better than being made to feel unwelcome in what should have been your home. Better than a life spent making yourself small to fit into spaces that were never meant to hold you. It wasn't really my home, I admitted quietly, the whiskey loosening my tongue, making honesty easier. Just a place I lived. There's a difference. Yes, he agreed, swirling the whiskey in his glass thoughtfully. Home is more than walls and a roof. It belongs. Security. Acceptance. Being valued for who you are rather than tolerated despite it. Like you have here, I observed, gesturing vaguely toward the settlement beyond the windows. Despite the disagreements in the council meeting, they all respect you,
Trust you.
follow you. Trust is earned, he said simply, through consistency, through putting the needs of the pack above personal desires, through making the hard choices even when they cost you personally. A wry smile touched his lips. Though I'm testing that trust considerably by bringing you here, by asking them to see you as something other than a threat. I'm sorry for causing trouble, I said, guilt twisting in my stomach like a knife. I never wanted to put you in a difficult position with your people. Don't be sorry, he replied, leaning forward with sudden intensity. His storm gray eyes locked onto mine with an expression I couldn't quite read. What you did took extraordinary courage. Most people, human or werewolf, live their entire lives without making a fraction of the difference you made in one night, without taking the kind of risk that truly matters. His praise warmed me more than the whiskey ever could, spreading through my chest like sunlight. I just did what felt right, what my heart demanded. That's rarer than you think, he said softly. Most people let fear or social pressure or self-interest override their moral compass. But you didn't. You followed your truth even when it cost you everything. Something in his tone, in the way he was looking at me, made my pulse quicken. The air between us felt charged suddenly, heavy with unspoken things. Vesper, he said, setting his glass aside with deliberate care. There's something I need to tell you. Something I didn't share with the council. Something I'm not entirely certain I understand myself. A knot of anxiety formed in my stomach, tightening with each word. What is it? He rose from the couch and moved to stand before me, close enough that I had to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. Close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from his body, could smell the scent of pine, and something wild that clung to his skin. When you freed me from those silver chains, he began, seeming to search for words that didn't quite exist. Something happened. Something I've never experienced before in a century and a half of life. I waited, my heart hammering against my ribs, so hard I was certain he could hear it. There's a phenomenon among our kind, he continued, his voice low and intense.
Rare.
Almost mythical. Most werewolves live their entire lives without experiencing it, without even truly believing it exists beyond stories told to young pups. What phenomenon? I asked, barely able to force the words past the tightness in my throat. We call it the Luna Bond, he said, and something in the way he spoke those words made them sound sacred. Ancient. Powerful. A recognition. An instant connection that transcends rational thought, that bypasses all logic and reason. The finding of one's mate, one's equal, one's balance, the one soul that complements yours so perfectly that you become something greater together than you could ever be apart. The implications of his words began to dawn on me, sending a wave of disbelief and something else, something frighteningly like hope, washing through my system. You're not saying... I couldn't finish the sentence, couldn't voice the impossible thing he seemed to be suggesting. I felt it the moment you broke those chains, he said, his voice soft but certain, carrying absolute conviction. A connection I can't explain or deny. As if a part of me that had been sleeping my entire life suddenly woke. As if I'd been incomplete without realizing it, and then suddenly, impossibly, I was whole. I stood abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound that seemed too loud in the quiet room. That's impossible. I'm human. You're a werewolf. We met barely 2 days ago. This is just, it has to be gratitude, or the trauma of capture, or the silver affecting your mind and judgment. It's none of those things, he said with quiet certainty that was somehow more convincing than any passionate declaration. I've lived for over 150 years, Vesper. I've experienced gratitude, trauma, and silver poisoning. I know my own mind, my own heart, my own wolf. This is different. This is insane, I interrupted, taking an involuntary step backward, my mind reeling. This is insane. Luna bonds are for werewolves, not humans. Not for someone like me. The bond doesn't discriminate, he said, following my retreat with slow, deliberate steps. It simply is. And I believe, no, I know, there's a reason you felt compelled to save me. A reason you risked everything for a creature you didn't even believe existed until that moment in the cabin. Compassion, I suggested weakly, grasping for any logical explanation. Basic human decency. Perhaps those were part of it, he conceded, now standing so close I could see the flecks of silver in his storm-gray eyes and could feel his breath against my skin. But not all of it. The bond works both ways, Vesper. You felt it too, even if you don't have the context to recognize it for what it is. Even if you're not ready to accept what it means. Had I felt something beyond the obvious fear and adrenaline? Beyond the disorientation of discovering a hidden world? Was there something else, some inexplicable pull toward this man who is so much more than human? Some sense of rightness that defied all logic? I thought of how natural it had felt to tend his wounds, to speak in his defense before the hostile council. How my eyes sought him out in crowded rooms. How his presence made me feel both unsettled and somehow safe, as if pieces of a puzzle I hadn't known I was assembling were finally falling into place. Even if what you're saying is true, I said carefully, trying to think through the chaos of emotions swirling inside me. It doesn't matter. Your council barely tolerates my presence as it is. If they thought you were claiming a human as your Luna, your mate, they would never accept it. They'd see it as a betrayal of everything they are. They would adapt, Thane said, and there was steel beneath the gentleness of his tone. As they always have. As all of us must in changing times. As we're being forced to do now. He reached out slowly, giving me time to pull away if I wanted. When I didn't move, his fingers barely brushed my cheek with a touch so gentle it made my breath catch. I'm not asking you to accept this tonight, Vesper, he said softly, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw with devastating tenderness. Only to consider the possibility. To stay open to what you might feel beyond the fear and confusion of your new circumstances. To give us, a chance to unfold naturally. His touch was electric, sending currents of warmth cascading through me like wildfire through dry grass. I should step away, I thought dimly. This was too much, too fast, too impossible. And yet I found myself leaning almost imperceptibly into his palm, my body making a decision my mind wasn't ready to acknowledge. A sharp knock at the door shattered the moment like glass. We stepped apart as Thane called, "Enter." Merrick appeared in the doorway, his expression grim in the torchlight from the hallway. "Alpha, we have a situation. Scouts have reported movement at the eastern boundary. Humans. Armed. At least a dozen of them, possibly more." The peaceful bubble that had enveloped us burst instantly. Thane's entire demeanor shifted, the man replaced by the leader in the span of a single heartbeat. "How many?" he demanded, already moving toward the door with purpose. "At least a dozen that we've counted. They have dogs. Silver weapons." Merrick's gaze flicked to me, something like accusation in his eyes. "They're searching in a grid pattern. Methodical. Professional." Ice formed in my veins, cold and nauseating. "My uncle," I whispered, horror washing over me. "He's brought reinforcements. More hunters." Thane turned back to me, his expression hardened by necessity, but his eyes still soft when they met mine. "Stay here," he commanded, his voice resonating with alpha authority that demanded obedience. "You'll be safe in these quarters. Lock the door behind us." "But it's my fault they're here," I protested, moving toward him instinctively. "I should." "You should stay here," he interrupted, and this time it was unmistakably in order, his alpha power pressing against me like a physical force. I need to know you're safe while I deal with this threat. I can't focus on protecting the pack if I'm worried about you." Before I could argue further, he was gone, Merrick at his heels, leaving me alone with the remnants of our interrupted conversation and a growing sense of dread. My uncle was hunting us. And this time, he'd come prepared for war. Chapter 6: Fire and Fury. I lasted exactly 7 minutes alone in Thane's quarters before the guilt and anxiety became unbearable, pressing against my chest like a physical weight I could no longer carry. This was my fault. My uncle was here because of me, endangering an entire community that had existed in peaceful secrecy for 3 centuries. These people, these werewolves who had shown me more acceptance in 2 days than my own family had in 10 years, were now at risk because I had chosen to free their alpha from silver chains. I couldn't just hide while others faced the consequences of my actions. Couldn't cower in safety while they put themselves in danger to protect me. Decision made. I slipped from the room and made my way down the back stairs I'd noticed earlier. The settlement was in controlled chaos, wolves shifting between forms, guards taking defensive positions, families being quietly moved to the central buildings where they'd be safer. The air itself felt charged with tension, with the promise of violence hovering just beyond the tree line. No one paid attention to a lone human girl moving against the flow, keeping to the shadows and the edges. They were too focused on the threat at their borders, too occupied with preparations for a potential battle. I had no plan beyond finding Thane, but instinct pulled me toward the eastern boundary, where Merrick had said the hunters were approaching. The forest was dark despite the moon hanging heavy and full above the canopy, its light filtered into silver fragments by the dense leaves overhead. The sounds of the night surrounded me, rustling leaves, distant howls of wolves coordinating their movements, the occasional snap of a twig that made my heart stutter with fear. I'd gone perhaps half a mile down a narrow path when a hand clamped over my mouth from behind, cutting off my startled scream. I struggled, terror flooding my system in a cold rush, until a familiar voice hissed in my ear. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Bronwyn released me and spun me around to face her, her dark eyes flashing with anger in the moonlight. "The Alpha ordered you to stay put. Do you have any idea what it means to disobey a direct command from your Alpha?" "He's not my Alpha," I whispered back fiercely, keeping my voice low. "I'm not packed. And I can't just hide while people risk their lives because of me. My uncle is here for me as much as for Thane. Maybe I can help somehow. Maybe I can." "Help," Bronwyn interrupted, her tone scathing. "Help how? By getting captured? By becoming a hostage they can use against us? By giving them exactly what they want?" She shook her head in disgust. "Humans. Always thinking with your emotions instead of your brains, acting on impulse rather than strategy." Before I could retort, a distant shout echoed through the trees, followed by the sharp crack of a gunshot that made both of us flinch. Then another shot, and another, punctuated by the frantic barking of dogs and men's voices raised in aggression. Bronwyn's head snapped toward the sound, her entire body tensing like a bowstring pulled taut. Every muscle coiled, ready to spring into action. "That's close," she growled, more to herself than to me.
Too close.
"They've breached the outer perimeter." "Please," I said, grabbing her arm before she could leave me behind. "Just let me see what's happening. Then I'll go back willingly, I swear. I need to know." She hesitated, and I could see the internal struggle playing across her face. Duty to her Alpha's orders warring against the urgency of the situation and perhaps, just perhaps, a grudging understanding of my need to witness the consequences of my choices. "Fine," she finally bit out, the words sharp as a blade. "But we stay hidden, and at the first sign of real danger, we're gone. No arguments. No hesitation. Understand?" I nodded gratefully, and she led me forward through the trees with silent grace, following paths invisible to my human eyes. We moved deeper into the forest, toward the source of the commotion, toward the boundary where 2 worlds were about to collide. Finally, Bronwyn pulled me down behind a thick stand of bushes, and we peered through the foliage at the scene unfolding in a small clearing ahead. My breath caught painfully in my throat, trapped there by shock and horror. Uncle Garrett stood at the center of a group of armed men, at least 15 of them, more than Merrick had initially reported. They had high-powered rifles with scopes, hunting dogs straining at reinforced leashes, and what looked like silver-tipped spears that gleamed wickedly in the moonlight. This wasn't just a search party assembled in haste. This was an extermination squad, organized and equipped for supernatural warfare. They had come prepared to wage war on creatures they'd barely believed existed 2 days ago. Across from them stood Thane, flanked by Merrick, Linnea, and several other wolves in human form. His posture appeared relaxed, almost casual, but I could see the coiled tension beneath the surface, a predator ready to strike at the slightest provocation. "You're trespassing on private property," Thane was saying, his voice carrying clearly in the night air, calm and controlled despite the threat before him. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Immediately." Uncle Garrett spat on the ground, the gesture deliberately insulting. "Drop the act, monster. We know what you are, what all of you are." He gestured with his rifle at the wolves surrounding Thane. Creatures hiding in human skin. Abominations that have no right to exist. "The only monsters I see here are the ones who chained a sentient being and tortured him for sport," Thane replied evenly, his tone never rising but somehow carrying more menace than any shout. "But I'm willing to overlook that transgression if you leave now and never return to these woods. Consider it mercy you don't deserve." A harsh laugh escaped Garrett's throat, ugly and mean. "You hear that, boys? The animal wants to negotiate." He stepped forward, his weathered face contorted with hatred and something else, fear barely masked by bravado. "We're not leaving without the girl. My niece. The one you kidnapped and are probably holding prisoner in whatever hellhole you creatures call home." Beside me, I felt Bronwyn tense in surprise. I hadn't told anyone except Thane, that the leader of the hunting party was my blood relative. "No one was kidnapped," Thane said, his voice taking on an edge of steel. "And no one will be taken against their will from these woods tonight. That's a promise." "A promise from a beast means nothing," Garrett snarled, his finger moving toward his rifle's trigger. "Vesper," he shouted suddenly, making me flinch despite the distance between us. "Vesper, if you can hear me, run. We're here to save you from these monsters." Run toward my voice. Save me. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. The only person I'd ever needed saving from was him, from his cruelty, his casual violence, his determination to make me feel worthless. "Last chance," Thane said, his voice hardening into something that made my skin prickle with instinctive warning. "Leave now while you still can, while I'm still feeling merciful." In response, Garrett raised his rifle, aiming it directly at Thane's chest. "I'll ask one more time, monster.
Where is my
niece?" What happened next unfolded so quickly that my human eyes could barely track it. One moment, Thane was standing there in human form, hands relaxed at his sides. The next, he was a blur of motion, no longer man but not quite wolf either, something in between, something primal and terrifying. There was a snarl that vibrated through my very bones, a scream of shock and fear, and suddenly Garrett was on his back in the dirt, his rifle 10 feet away, and Thane was above him. Still in that half-shifted state, more human than wolf but with claws and fangs that caught the moonlight like blades, Thane held my uncle pinned with one hand around his throat. Not squeezing, not killing, but demonstrating with perfect clarity who held the power here. "I'm done asking nicely," Thane growled, and the sound was inhuman, resonant with ancient power that made every dog whimper and cower. "Take your men and go.
Now.
Or none of you leave these woods alive." That's not a threat, it's a simple statement of fact. The other hunters raised their weapons, fingers tightening on triggers, but they hesitated, afraid to fire with their leader pinned, unsure if they could even kill something that moved like Thane had just moved. "He's a fool," Bronwyn whispered beside me, so quietly I almost couldn't hear. "Your uncle is a complete fool, facing not just our Alpha but a man defending his." She stopped abruptly, but I understood what she'd been about to say. "His Luna. His mate." Even though he didn't fully realize it yet, Even though I hadn't accepted it, Thane was operating on instincts deeper than conscious thought. Instincts that said protect and defend and destroy any threat to what is mine. A movement at the edge of the clearing caught my eye. While all attention was focused on Thane and Garrett, while the other wolves were watching the armed hunters for any sign of aggression, I spotted a figure creeping through the underbrush with deliberate stealth. Derek, my cousin, moving into position with a raised rifle, taking aim at Thane's back while he was distracted. Horror flooded through me, cold and absolute. Without thinking, without considering the consequences or the danger or anything beyond the desperate need to prevent what was about to happen, I burst from our hiding place. Bronwyn's startled curse followed me as I ran into the clearing, my voice ringing out clear and sharp in the charged night air.
Thane!
Behind you! Every head whipped toward me, Garrett's eyes widening in shock, the hunter's weapons swinging to track this new threat, Thane's storm-gray gaze finding mine across the distance with an expression that mixed relief and fury in equal measure. Derek's finger tightened on the trigger. Time seemed to slow, stretching each second into an eternity. I could see it all with crystal clarity. The trajectory of the bullet that would tear through Thane's back, the hunters preparing to fire on me, Garrett's face contorted with rage, and something that might have been fear for my safety. Then something extraordinary happened. The silver pendant at my throat, my mother's final gift, the one she told me would help me see what others couldn't, suddenly blazed with light so intense it illuminated the entire clearing like a miniature sun had been born at my chest. The air itself seemed to ripple outward from it in visible waves of pure energy. The shock wave hit the clearing like a physical force. Derek and the nearest hunter stumbled backward, thrown off balance. The rifle discharged harmlessly into the air, the bullet going wide. Dogs howled and scattered. Even the wolves flinched back from the sudden burst of power. The clearing fell into stunned silence, broken only by my harsh breathing and the fading echo of the gunshot through the trees. I stood frozen, my hand at my throat where the pendant still glowed with soft silver light. I could feel it warm against my skin. Not burning, but pulsing with a rhythm that matched my racing heartbeat. Vesper, Garrett breathed, staring at me with an expression I'd never seen on his face before. Not anger, not contempt, but something closer to fear.
To awe.
What the hell are you? What have you become? The same thing I've always been, I replied, finding my voice despite the shock still reverberating through my system. Someone you never bothered to truly see. Someone you never valued enough to understand. I moved toward Thane, who had released Garrett and shifted back to fully human form. The pack members closed ranks around us instinctively, forming a protective wall. I took my place at Thane's side, facing my uncle and the men who had hunted us. I'm here by choice, I said clearly, my voice carrying to every corner of the clearing. These people have shown me more acceptance and belonging in 2 days than you showed me in 10 years. They're not the monsters in this story, Uncle Garrett. They never were. They've done something to you, Garrett insisted, scrambling to his feet with his dignity in tatters. Bewitched you somehow. Twisted your mind with their dark magic. That's what their kind does. They corrupt, they deceive, they destroy everything they touch. I laughed, and the sound was free of the bitterness I expected. The only deception was me believing I needed your approval to have worth. That I needed to make myself small and invisible to deserve a place in my own family. I took Thane's hand, feeling the strength in his fingers as they intertwined with mine. I'm done with that life. Done with being treated as less than nothing. Done with apologizing for existing. Something flickered in Garrett's eyes then, not understanding, but perhaps the recognition that he had lost whatever hold he'd once had over me. That the girl who had cowered in his house, grateful for scraps, was gone forever. Go home, I said, my voice gentle but firm. Tell whatever story helps you sleep at night. But know this. If you ever come hunting in these woods again, if you ever threaten these people who have become more family to me in 2 days than you were in a decade, you'll find more than you bargained for. You'll find me standing against you. The pendant at my throat pulsed with light again, as if emphasizing my words with ancient power I didn't fully understand. Garrett looked from me to Thane, then to the werewolves surrounding us. Their eyes reflected the moonlight with an eerie, inhuman glow, predators barely restrained from violence. He saw the truth written in their stances, in their unity, in the way they stood ready to defend not just their alpha, but the human girl who had chosen them over her own blood. "This isn't over," he said finally, but there was uncertainty in his tone now. The confidence of the hunter had been replaced by the fear of prey that realizes it's outmatched. "The world will know what you are, what all of you are hiding out here." "Perhaps," Thane replied calmly. "Or perhaps the world will simply know you as the man who lost his hunting party in the woods and came back with wild stories no one believes. The drunk who sees monsters in the shadows." He tilted his head, predatory and dangerous. "Who do you think they'll believe? A known alcoholic with a reputation for cruelty, or the respectable community of nature enthusiasts who've lived peacefully in these woods for generations?" The threat was clear. If Garrett tried to expose them, his own credibility would be called into question. His reputation would destroy any story he tried to tell. Garrett's face flushed with impotent rage, but he gestured roughly for his men to retreat. "Come on, boys. We're outnumbered tonight. But this isn't finished. Not by a long shot." "Uncle Garrett," I called as he turned to leave. He paused, looking back at me over his shoulder with an expression I couldn't read. "Tell Aunt Marian I'm sorry for any worry I've caused her. But not for the choice I've made. Not for finally choosing myself." He didn't respond, just turned and disappeared into the trees. His men followed, some casting nervous glances over their shoulders, others muttering among themselves. The dogs' barking faded gradually into the distance as the hunting party retreated. Only when they were truly gone, when Merrick returned from scouting to confirm they'd left the territory entirely, did Thane turn to me. His expression was a complex mixture of relief, anger, and something deeper that made my breath catch. "You disobeyed a direct order," he said, but there was no real heat in his words. Only exhausted concern. "I'm not one of your wolves," I reminded him, meeting his gaze steadily despite the adrenaline still singing through my veins. "I don't take orders. Not anymore. Not from anyone." A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth despite the seriousness of the situation. "No, you're something else entirely." His gaze dropped to the pendant, now dimmed to its usual silver gleam but still warm against my skin. Something we're only beginning to understand. Linnea stepped forward, her ancient eyes fixed on my necklace with an intensity that made me instinctively touch it protectively. "The pendant," she said, her voice filled with wonder and something like recognition. "It's silver, yet you wear it against your skin without harm. And that light, that power." She looked at me with new respect, reassessing everything she thought she knew. "There's more to you than meets the eye, Vesper Marshall. Much more." "I don't understand what happened," I admitted, my hand still at my throat where the pendant rested. "My mother gave this to me before she died. She said it would help me see what others couldn't, that I should stay true to my heart. I thought it was just a comfort, just words to help a grieving child cope with loss." "Perhaps," Linnea said thoughtfully, moving closer to examine the pendant without touching it. "Or perhaps your mother knew more than she ever told you about your heritage. About who and what you really are." Before I could question her further, Thane's hand tightened on mine. "The hunters may return with reinforcements. More weapons. More silver." He looked around at his pack, at the wolves who had stood ready to defend their territory and their alpha. "We need to prepare. Double the patrols. Alert Alpha Torvin and the other allied packs. We stand together now, united." As the others dispersed to carry out his orders, moving with purpose through the moonlit forest, Thane turned back to me. His storm-gray eyes searched mine in the darkness, and I could see 1,000 questions there, 1,000 things left unsaid. "We have much to discuss," he said quietly, his voice meant for my ears alone. "About what just happened. About what I tried to tell you earlier, before we were interrupted. About your future here, if you truly want it." I looked around at the forest, at the werewolves moving with purpose through the night, at the settlement hidden in the valley beyond. In this impossible world I had stumbled into, this community of people who existed on the edges of human reality. At the man before me who had changed everything with one desperate plea for help in a dark cabin. For the first time in my life, I felt a sense of rightness, of belonging that went deeper than blood or obligation. A feeling of home that had nothing to do with walls and roofs and everything to do with being seen, being valued, being wanted for exactly who I was. I think I do want it, I said softly, honestly. Whatever it is, whatever it means, however impossible it seems. He smiled then, a true smile that transformed his face, softening the hard edges of the Alpha into something warmer, more human, more hopeful. Then let's discover it together. All of it, whatever comes next. As we walked back toward the settlement, his hand warm in mine, I realized something profound. I had broken the silver chains that held a wolf captive in that dark cabin 2 nights ago. But in doing so, I had also shattered the invisible chains that had bound me my entire life, chains of expectation and worthlessness, of being unwanted and unseen, of living a half-life on the edges of belonging. And in their place, I had found something far stronger, something that felt, against all odds, all reason, all logic, like destiny. The pendant at my throat pulsed with warmth, as if approving of the path I had chosen. As if my mother's spirit somehow knew that I had finally stayed true to my heart, following it into darkness and finding light waiting on the other side. Whatever came next, whatever challenges, whatever dangers, whatever impossibilities, I would face them here, in this hidden sanctuary, with these people who saw me not as a burden, but as someone worth protecting, worth fighting for, worth keeping. For the first time in 23 years, I was home. And I had no intention of ever leaving. Chapter 7. Whispers of Heritage. The aftermath of the confrontation settled over Shadowpine like morning mist, heavy and lingering, changing the very atmosphere of the settlement. As dawn broke over the hidden valley, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, I found myself unable to sleep despite the exhaustion weighing down my limbs. I stood at the window of the guest chamber, watching the settlement come to life below. Wolves moved through the streets with purpose, some in human form and others as magnificent creatures of fur and fong. Children played under watchful eyes, their laughter carrying on the morning breeze as if nothing had changed, as if their entire world hadn't been threatened mere hours ago. But everything had changed. I could see it in the increased patrols circling the perimeter, in the way adults glanced toward the forest's edge with wariness, in the clusters of people gathered in quiet conversation with worried expressions. And I could feel it in myself. Something fundamental had shifted when that pendant blazed with light, when ancient power had surged through me like lightning through a conductor. I had felt it in my very bones, in my blood, in places deeper than flesh and marrow. A soft knock at the connecting door drew my attention. "Come in," I called, already knowing who it would be. Thane entered, carrying a tray laden with food, fresh bread, honey, berries that looked like they'd been picked this morning, and steaming tea that smelled of herbs and earth. He had changed from his torn clothing into simple dark pants and a loose linen shirt, his dark hair still damp from washing. The bandages were gone, I noticed. The silver burns had healed overnight with supernatural speed, leaving only faint pink lines that would likely disappear entirely within days. "You should eat," he said, setting the tray on a small table near the window. "You didn't have dinner last night, and healing magic, even unconscious use of it, burns through energy faster than you'd expect." Healing magic? I moved to the table, suddenly aware of the hollow ache in my stomach. "Is that what you think happened?" "With the pendant. Linnea thinks so. Among other things." He settled into the chair across from me, watching as I tore into the bread with undignified hunger. "She wants to examine you, if you're willing. To try to understand what that pendant is, what it does, and why your mother would have given you such a powerful artifact." I touched the silver at my throat, feeling its familiar warmth. In the morning light, it looked ordinary, just a simple silver disc etched with phases of the moon, strung on a delicate chain. Nothing that should have been capable of throwing grown men backward or blazing with supernatural light. My mother never mentioned anything unusual about it, I said slowly, trying to remember those final days before her death. She was sick for months, some kind of wasting disease the doctors couldn't identify or treat. Near the end, when she could barely speak, she gave me this and told me to stay true to my heart, that it would help me see what others couldn't. I paused, a memory surfacing that I'd forgotten until this moment. She also said something strange. She said, "The blood remembers, even when the mind forgets." Thane leaned forward, intense interest sharpening his features. The blood remembers. Those are words we use among our kind, Vesper. It refers to ancestral memory, traits and knowledge passed through generations in the blood itself, things that can skip centuries and resurface unexpectedly. A chill ran through me despite the warm morning air. What are you saying? That my mother was, what? A werewolf? Not necessarily a werewolf, he said carefully, but perhaps something else. Some other supernatural lineage mixed into your family tree. It would explain why the pendant responds to you, why it activated when you were threatened, why it channels power that should be impossible for a purely human vessel to contain. I set down the bread, my appetite suddenly gone. I would have known, wouldn't I? If I had supernatural blood, if I was anything other than completely human, surely there would have been signs growing up. Not always, Thane said gently. Some bloodlines are dormant for generations. They only awaken under specific circumstances, extreme stress, proximity to other supernatural beings, the presence of artifacts that act as catalysts. His storm-gray eyes held mine with uncomfortable intensity, or when a fated bond begins to form. There it was again, that impossible concept he'd tried to explain last night before we were interrupted. The Luna bond. The idea that somehow, against all logic and biology and reason, I might be his destined mate. I need to speak with Linnea, I said, standing abruptly. If there's something in my blood, some heritage I don't understand, I need to know. I need answers about who and what I really am. She's waiting for you, Thane replied, rising as well. I asked her to come to my study this morning. She's been researching through the night, consulting old texts and records. He hesitated, then added softly, "Whatever we discover, Vesper, it doesn't change what you did for me, what you've come to mean to this pack. To me." The sincerity in his voice made my chest tighten with emotion I couldn't quite name. I nodded, not trusting my voice, and followed him from the room. Thane's study was a revelation, a large chamber filled with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, ancient tomes bound in leather sitting alongside modern volumes on history, science, and supernatural lore. A massive desk dominated one end, covered in maps and documents. Windows along the far wall let in streams of golden morning light that illuminated dust motes dancing in the air. Linnea sat at a reading table surrounded by open books, some so old their pages had yellowed to the color of aged bone. She looked up as we entered, her ancient eyes sharp despite a night without sleep.
Ah, good.
"Come here, child," she said, gesturing for me to sit across from her. "Let me see that pendant of yours properly in good light." I sat and lifted the chain over my head, handing her the pendant with reluctance I didn't fully understand. It felt wrong to be separated from it, even for examination, as if I was giving up a piece of myself. Linnea held it up to the light, turning it this way and that. The silver disc caught the sunlight, and I could see the etched moon phases more clearly now, new moon to full and back again, a complete cycle captured in metal. "Masterwork craftsmanship," she murmured, pulling a magnifying glass from somewhere within her robes. "Pre-colonial, if I'm not mistaken. Look here." She pointed to tiny symbols etched along the edge of the disc, so small I'd never noticed them before. "These are not decorative. They're runes. Protection wards, specifically. Ancient ones that predate even the oldest pack records." "Protection from what?" I asked, leaning closer to see the marks she indicated. "From detection," Linnea said, her voice taking on the tone of someone piecing together a puzzle. "From supernatural tracking. From those who might wish to find and harm the bearer." She set the pendant down carefully and fixed me with a penetrating stare. "Tell me, child, What do you know of your mother's people? Her family history before she married your father? I searched my memory, frustrated by how little I actually knew. Not much. She rarely spoke of her past. I know she came from somewhere far north. She mentioned forests and mountains, cold winters. She met my father at university. They married quickly, and she cut ties with her family. She never explained why. And your father's people? Linnea pressed. Ordinary. Completely human. Farmers and merchants going back generations in the same town. My father died in a car accident when I was 8, along with my mother's younger sister, who was visiting at the time. After that, my mother became different, quieter. She seemed to be waiting for something, always looking over her shoulder. Then she got sick 5 years later, and just faded. Linnea and Thane exchanged a significant look that made my stomach clench with anxiety. What? I demanded. What are you thinking? A car accident that killed 2 people, Linnea said slowly. And then a mysterious wasting sickness that doctors couldn't identify or treat. Child, have you considered that your mother might not have died of natural causes? That she might have been hunted? The words hit me like a physical blow. Hunted? By whom? Why would anyone? Because of what she was, Thane said gently, moving to stand beside my chair. His hand rested on my shoulder, warm and grounding. Because she was hiding something or someone that others wanted dead. Me, I whispered, the pieces falling into horrible places. She was hiding me. That's why she cut ties with her family. Why did she seem so watchful? Why did she give me protection wards disguised as a simple pendant? I looked up at Linnea, fear and anger warring in my chest. What was she? What am I? Linnea pulled one of the ancient books closer, turning it so I could see the page. It showed a drawing of a woman with pale hair and strange, luminous eyes, surrounded by silver light. The text was in a language I didn't recognize, but Linnea translated as she pointed to relevant passages. There are legends, old ones, mostly dismissed as fairy tales, of a bloodline that existed long before werewolves and vampires walked these lands. They were called the Moonborn, humans touched by lunar magic, blessed by the goddess herself. They served as bridges between the mortal and supernatural worlds, as healers and seers, as protectors of the balance between darkness and light. Legends, I repeated, trying to process this impossible information. You're saying I might be descended from legends? Most legends have roots in truth, Linnea replied. The Moonborn were hunted to near extinction centuries ago by those who feared their power, both humans who saw them as witches and supernatural beings who saw them as threats to the natural order. The few who survived went into deep hiding, diluting their bloodlines through generations of marriage to ordinary humans. The gifts became dormant, sleeping, waiting for the right catalyst to awaken them. Like meeting a werewolf alpha, Thane said quietly. Like forming a Luna bond with someone who carries ancient pack magic in his blood. The connection between us might have been the catalyst your dormant heritage needed to surface. I stood abruptly, needing to move, to pace, to do something with the nervous energy flooding my system. This is insane. Yesterday, I was just Vesper Marshall, an ordinary human girl with a dead-end life in a small town. Today you're telling me I'm descended from some mystical bloodline out of fairy tales? That I have magic in my blood? That my mother was murdered to prevent me from what? Becoming whatever I'm becoming. Not just your mother, Linnea said grimly. Your aunt as well, I'd wager. The car accident that killed them both, it was meant to kill you too, wasn't it? You were supposed to be in that car. The memory hit me like ice water. I was sick that day. A fever. My mother insisted I stay home with a neighbor while she and my aunt ran errands. She said. My voice trailed off as I remembered. She said she had a feeling I shouldn't come, that I needed to rest. She had foresight, Linnea said with certainty. One of the Moonborn gifts. She knew danger was coming and kept you safe from it. But she couldn't save herself or her sister. Tears burned behind my eyes, hot and unexpected. All these years, I'd thought my mother's death was a random tragedy, a cruel fate. But it had been murder. Calculated. Deliberate. And she had known, had seen it coming, and had chosen to face it rather than run and potentially lead her killers to me. Thane's arms came around me from behind, solid and warm, anchoring me as the revelations threatened to sweep me away like a flood. I leaned back against his chest, drawing strength from his presence. Who killed them? I asked, my voice rough with suppressed grief and rage. Who wanted us dead so badly they'd hunt down a sick woman and her sister? That's the question we need to answer, Thane said. And we need to answer it quickly, because if whoever killed your mother discovers you're alive and manifesting powers, they'll come for you again. They'll come here. Wonderful, I said bitterly, pulling away from Thane to resume pacing. So, not only have I brought human hunters to your doorstep, I might also bring whoever's been hunting Moonborn for centuries. I'm a walking disaster for this pack. You're not a disaster, Thane said firmly, catching my hand and pulling me to a stop. You're a gift. A bridge between worlds, just as your ancestors were. You're exactly what we need to navigate the challenges ahead. Or exactly what will get everyone killed, I countered, but without real heat. The fight was draining out of me, replaced by exhaustion and an overwhelming sense of being in over my head. Linnea cleared her throat, drawing our attention back to her. There is one way to know for certain if you carry Moonborn blood. A test of sorts. It's not without risk, but it would give us definitive answers about your heritage and the extent of your latent abilities. What kind of test? I asked warily. She pulled another book forward, this one bound in deep blue leather with silver moon phases embossed on the cover. A ritual of revealing. It calls upon lunar magic to illuminate what's hidden in the blood, to awaken dormant gifts fully rather than letting them surface randomly. If you have Moonborn heritage, the ritual will confirm it and potentially unlock abilities that can help protect you and us from whatever threats are coming. And the risk? Thane asked, his voice tight with concern. If she doesn't have the bloodline, the lunar magic could burn through her mortal frame like wildfire through dry grass, Linnea said bluntly. It would be unpleasant. Potentially fatal. Absolutely not, Thane said immediately. We'll find another way to get answers. I won't risk. It's my choice, I interrupted, surprised by the firmness in my own voice. My heritage, my risk, my decision. I looked at Linnea. When can we do this ritual? Tonight, when the moon is at its highest, Linnea replied, approval glinting in her ancient eyes. We'll need to prepare, gather certain materials, and create a sacred space. And you'll need to fast until moonrise. The ritual works best on an empty vessel. Vesper, please reconsider, Thane said, his hand tightening on mine. We just found each other. I can't. He stopped, jaw clenching as he clearly fought for control. I won't lose you to a ritual that might kill you. There has to be another way. I turned to face him fully, seeing the fear and something deeper in those storm gray eyes. Something that looked dangerously like the bond he'd spoken of, the Luna connection that defied all logic. If I don't do this, we're flying blind, I said gently. We don't know what I am, what I can do, or how to protect me from whoever killed my mother. This ritual could give us the knowledge we need to survive what's coming. It's worth the risk. Not to me, he said roughly. You're not worth risking. Not for knowledge or power or anything else. The raw emotion in his voice made my breath catch. This powerful alpha, this man who commanded respect from an entire pack, who had lived for over a century and led his people through countless dangers, he was afraid.
For me.
Of losing me. I have to do this, I whispered, stepping closer until we were nearly touching. I need to know who I am, what my mother died protecting. I need to understand this heritage before I can claim it or reject it.
Can you understand that?
He stared at me for a long moment, conflict playing across his features. Finally, he nodded once, sharp and reluctant. I understand, but I'll be there. During the ritual. If anything goes wrong, there won't be anything you can do, Linnea said pragmatically. Lunar magic doesn't respond to wolf magic. They're different streams of power entirely. You'll be able to witness, but not interfere. Then I'll witness, Thane said, his tone brooking no argument. And I'll pray to every deity that's ever watched over this pack that you're right about her heritage, Linnea. Because if you're wrong, if this ritual harms her. If I'm wrong, I'll answer for it, Linnea said simply. But I've lived 3 centuries, Thane. I've seen many things, met many people with unusual gifts. That girl carries magic in her blood. I'd stake my life on it. You're staking hers, he replied darkly. A knock at the study door interrupted the tense moment. Merrick entered without waiting for permission, his expression urgent. Alpha, we have visitors at the southern boundary, he said quickly. Not hunters. Other wolves. 3 packs worth, from the territories beyond Ashwater. They're requesting an audience with the council. They say the news of humans learning our existence has spread through the supernatural network faster than wildfire. Everyone wants to know what we're going to do about it. Thane closed his eyes briefly, and I could see the weight of leadership settling back over him like a mantle. How many? Representatives from at least a dozen packs, maybe more arriving by nightfall. Alpha Torvin is trying to coordinate them, but they're scared, Thane. Some are calling for us to relocate immediately, to scatter before human authorities can organize a real hunt. Others want to strike first, to eliminate the hunting party before they can spread word of our existence. Wonderful, Thane muttered. Then, louder. Tell them I'll meet with all pack representatives in the Great Hall at noon. We'll discuss our options as a united front. He glanced at me, conflict clear in his expression. I have to deal with this. But tonight we do the ritual, I confirmed. And we get answers.
Go.
Handle your packs. I'll be fine. He looked like he wanted to argue, but Merrick was already giving him details about which alphas had arrived and what concerns they were voicing. With visible reluctance, Thane followed his beta from the room, casting one last look back at me that carried a weight of unspoken words. When they were gone, Linnea stood and began gathering her books. Come with me, child. We have much to prepare before moonrise, and you need to understand exactly what this ritual entails. What you might face if your blood truly carries the Moonborn legacy. I followed her from the study, my hand unconsciously moving to the pendant at my throat. It pulsed with warmth, as if responding to the decision I'd made. As if approving. The blood remembers, my mother had said. Even when the mind forgets. Tonight, I would discover what my blood remembered. What secrets had been sleeping in my veins, waiting for this moment to awaken. And I would finally understand why my mother had died to keep those secrets hidden, why she had given me protection wards disguised as a simple pendant, why she had looked over her shoulder for years knowing that death was coming. I would understand what it meant to be Moonborn, whatever the cost. Chapter 8. Gathering Storm. The hours between morning and moonrise passed in a blur of preparation and growing tension. Linnea led me to a small chamber deep within the main building, a round room with stone walls carved with ancient symbols that seemed to pulse with faint light when I looked at them directly. This is our sacred space, Linnea explained as she began laying out materials on a low altar at the room center. Built by the founding members of Shadowpine 3 centuries ago. The stones themselves carry residual magic from thousands of rituals performed here over generations. It's the safest place to attempt what we're about to do. I watched as she arranged candles in a specific pattern, 13 of them, white as bone, positioned in a circle around a larger silver bowl. Herbs I didn't recognize were piled beside the bowl, along with what looked like moonstones that gleamed with inner light. What exactly happens during this ritual? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the anxiety coiling in my stomach. Linnea glanced up at me, her ancient eyes softening slightly. You'll drink tea made from these herbs. They'll open your spiritual pathways, make you receptive to lunar magic. Then I'll call upon the moon goddess to reveal what's hidden in your blood. If you have moonborn heritage, the magic will recognize you as one of its own and awaken the dormant gifts sleeping in your veins. And if I don't have the heritage? I pressed, needing to hear the truth plainly stated. The lunar magic will have nowhere to anchor, she said bluntly. It will rage through you like a storm with no ground to earth it. Your body will try to contain power it wasn't meant to hold. The pain will be considerable. And if we can't stop the magic quickly enough, it could burn you from the inside out. I swallowed hard. How quickly is it? Minutes if we're fortunate. Seconds if we're not. She set down the candles and came to stand before me, placing both hands on my shoulders. Child, I want you to understand, I wouldn't suggest this if I didn't genuinely believe you carry the bloodline. Everything about you screams of dormant magic. The way the pendant responds to you, the power it channeled last night, even the bond forming between you and Thane. Luna bonds are rare, but they're almost unheard of between species unless there's some supernatural connection on both sides. Almost unheard of, I repeated. But not impossible? Nothing is truly impossible when it comes to fated mates, she admitted. The heart wants what it wants, regardless of species or logic. But in my 3 centuries, I've never seen a Luna bond form between a completely human woman and a werewolf alpha. There's always been something else, witch blood, fae ancestry, shapeshifter heritage diluted over generations. Always something. Her words should have been comforting, but they only increased the weight of expectation pressing down on me. What if she was wrong? What if I was the exception that proved the rule? The first truly human woman to form a Luna bond with a werewolf, and her certainty would cost me my life. You're afraid, Linnea observed. Good. Fear keeps you sharp, keeps you focused. Just don't let it paralyze you when the moment comes. A knock at the door interrupted us. One of the younger pack members, a girl who couldn't have been more than 16, with copper-colored hair and nervous energy, peeked her head in. Healer Linnea, Alpha Thane requests that you join the council meeting. The visiting alphas are asking questions about the human girl and her unusual display of power last night. He thinks your expertise would be valuable. Linnea sighed. Of course they are. Everyone wants to dissect the mystery. She turned back to me. Will you be all right here alone for a while? The ritual materials are set, but don't touch anything until I return. Some of these herbs are potent enough to cause hallucinations if handled improperly. I'll be fine, I assured her, though the thought of being alone with my spiraling thoughts wasn't exactly appealing.
Go.
Help Thane deal with the politics. After Linnea departed, I sank down onto a cushion near the altar, staring at the ritual materials that might reveal my heritage or kill me in the attempt. The chamber was quiet, insulated from the noise of the settlement by thick stone walls. Only the faint sound of wind through trees penetrated the silence. I pulled my knees to my chest, suddenly feeling very small and very alone. In the past 3 days, my entire world had been turned inside out. I discovered werewolves were real, freed an alpha from silver chains, burned down a cabin, fled into a hidden supernatural community, learned my mother had been murdered, and now faced a ritual that could either unlock magical abilities or destroy me completely. It was too much, too fast, too overwhelming. The pendant at my throat warmed against my skin, and I wrapped my hand around it, drawing comfort from the familiar weight. My mother had worn this, had touched it with her own hands, had imbued it with protective magic before giving it to me. If I concentrated, I could almost feel her presence in the metal, a ghostly echo of love and sacrifice. I wish you'd told me, I whispered to the empty room, to the memory of the woman who had raised me in fear and secrecy. I wish you'd explained what I was, what you were protecting me from. Maybe things would have been different. Maybe you'd still be alive. But even as I spoke the words, I understood why she hadn't. What do you tell a child about supernatural heritage when revealing it could get them killed? How do you explain that you're hiding from forces that hunt people like you, that your very existence is a danger to everyone around you? She had carried that burden alone, had watched over her shoulder for years, had died to keep me safe. The least I could do was honor her sacrifice by discovering the truth she died protecting. The sound of raised voices drifted through the stone walls, muffled but intense. The council meeting was clearly not going smoothly. I wondered what the other alphas were demanding, what plans they were proposing. Would they want me gone? Would they see me as too much of a risk to keep in Shadowpine territory? And if they did, where would I go? Back to Ravencrest Hollow, where my uncle would likely have me arrested for arson and kidnapping. To some other town where I knew no one and had nothing? For the first time in my life, I had found a place where I felt like I might belong. Where people saw me as something other than a burden or an obligation. And I might lose it all before I ever really had it. The door opened again, and I looked up expecting Linnea. Instead, Bronwyn entered, carrying a tray with a simple meal, bread, cheese, dried fruit, and water. "You're supposed to be fasting," she said without preamble, setting the tray down nearby. "But Thane insisted you eat something light. Said you looked pale this morning, and he'd feel better knowing you had some sustenance before tonight." I managed a weak smile. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to play delivery girl." She shrugged, but I caught something in her expression, something that might have been grudging respect. I volunteered. Figured we should talk. Without Thane hovering protectively, or the rest of the pack watching every interaction. I gestured to the cushion across from me. "By all means." Bronwyn settled with the casual grace of a predator, her dark eyes studying me with unsettling intensity. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. "You're brave," she finally said. "Stupid, but brave. Doing this ritual when you know it might kill you." "Not much choice," I replied, picking at the bread without much appetite. "I can't move forward without knowing what I am. Can't protect myself or this pack if I'm flying blind." "This pack," she repeated, something shifting in her expression. "You already think of it as yours. You've been here 3 days." "Sometimes belonging happens fast," I said quietly. "Sometimes you just know when you've found your place." She was silent for another moment, then said, "I owe you an apology. I've been hostile since you arrived. Treat you like an enemy when you'd done nothing but help our Alpha. Nothing but show courage most humans wouldn't possess." The admission surprised me. "You were protecting your pack." "I understand that." "It was more than that," Bronwyn admitted, her gaze sliding away from mine. "Thane and we have history. Years ago, I thought we might." She stopped, jaw tightening. "But he never saw me that way. Never felt the pull toward me that I felt toward him. And then you show up and within hours, I can see it in his eyes. The way he looks at you. The Luna bond is beginning to form." My chest tightened with sympathy and guilt. "Bronwyn, I'm sorry. I never meant to. Don't apologize for what you can't control." She cut me off, her voice sharp but not unkind. "Luna bonds aren't chosen. They simply are. The moon decides, not us." She finally looked back at me, and I saw acceptance in her dark eyes alongside the lingering pain. I was jealous. I am jealous, if I'm being honest. But I'm also packed. And the pack protects their alpha's mate, even when it hurts. "I'm not his mate yet," I said automatically. I haven't accepted the bond. Haven't even fully wrapped my head around the concept. "But you will," she said with certainty. "I can see it in the way you look at him too. The way you positioned yourself at his side last night, facing down your own blood to stand with him. The way you're willing to risk death in this ritual partly because you know it will help protect him and this pack." She smiled slightly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Whether you've accepted it consciously or not, your heart already knows where it belongs." The truth of her words settled over me like a blanket, uncomfortable but undeniable. Somewhere between breaking those silver chains and standing in this sacred chamber, I had started thinking of Thane as mine, of this pack as ours, of this hidden sanctuary as home. "For what it's worth," I said softly, "I think he's lucky to have someone like you in his pack. Someone willing to set aside personal feelings for the good of the community. That takes strength most people don't have." Bronwyn's smile turned more genuine. "And he's lucky to have found someone willing to burn down their entire previous life to save him. Even if you are human. Or mostly human anyway." She gestured toward the ritual materials. "You really think you have this Moonborn blood? Honestly? I have no idea," I admitted. "But Linnea seems convinced, and she's lived 3 centuries. I have to trust her judgment." or you're desperate for answers badly enough to gamble your life on an old woman's intuition, Bronwyn said pragmatically. Either way, I respect it. Takes guts. She stood, brushing off her jeans. I should go. Let you rest before tonight. But Vesper, if you survive this ritual, if you really do have some ancient magical bloodline, don't let it define you. You were brave enough to break those chains before you knew you had power. That's who you really are, underneath whatever magic might be sleeping in your blood. She left before I could respond, but her words lingered. Don't let it define you. As if I could separate myself from whatever I was about to become, as if heritage and identity weren't fundamentally intertwined. But maybe she was right. Maybe the girl who had followed her heart into darkness, who had chosen compassion over safety, who had stood before a council of werewolves and defended her choices, maybe that girl would still exist regardless of what the ritual revealed. I could only hope so. The afternoon crawled by with agonizing slowness. I dozed fitfully on the cushions, dreamed of my mother's face and silver light, woke with my heart racing and the pendant burning against my skin. The shadows lengthened across the chamber floor, marking time's passage toward moonrise, toward answers or oblivion. As twilight painted the sky in shades of violet and indigo, Linnea returned with Thane at her side. Both looked tired, worn down by hours of political negotiation and tense debate. How did the council meeting go? I asked, sitting up and trying to smooth my rumpled clothes. As well as could be expected, Thane said, moving to crouch beside me. His hand came up to cup my face with devastating gentleness. The other alphas are scared, which makes them unpredictable. Some want us to scatter and hide. Others want to strike first against the humans who know about us. A few are advocating for exactly what I suggested, controlled revelation, building bridges instead of walls. And what did you decide? That we take no action for 1 week, he replied. We observe, we prepare, we strengthen our defenses. We see if your uncle keeps his mouth shut or starts gathering a larger hunting force. And in the meantime, we work on unity among the packs. We stand together, or we fall separately. Wise counsel, Linnea said, beginning to light the candles around the ritual space. And it buys us time to understand what we're really dealing with. Once we know what Vesper is, we'll have a clearer picture of the threats we face and the resources we have to counter them. Thane's jaw tightened. I still don't like this. The risk is too high. Everything worthwhile carries risk, I said, covering his hand with mine. You taught me that. You stood before a council of hostile alphas and proposed radical change, knowing it could cost you their support. How is this different? Because if that political gamble fails, I'm the one who pays the price, he said roughly. Not you. I can't bear the thought of you suffering for answers that might not even help in the end. Then don't think, I said simply. Trust. Trust me to be strong enough for this. Trust Linnea to know what she's doing. Trust the universe that brought us together against impossible odds to have a reason for it all. He stared at me for a long moment, conflict and fear, and something deeper warring in those storm-gray eyes. Finally, he nodded once. I trust you. Always. Linnea cleared her throat. As touching as this is, we have a narrow window for the ritual. The moon will be at its apex in less than an hour, and we need time to prepare Vesper properly. She turned to Thane. You can stay and witness, but you must remain outside the circle. No matter what happens, no matter what you hear or see, you cannot cross into the sacred space once the ritual begins. The competing magics could create a feedback loop that would destroy you both. Do you understand? I understand, he said, though his tone suggested he hated every word of it. Good. Now, Vesper, we need to prepare your body and spirit. Strip down to your undergarments. The magic needs to touch bare skin. Then I'll mark you with sacred symbols using this ash. She indicated a bowl of fine gray powder. The marks will help channel the lunar energy, give it pathways to follow as it seeks the dormant heritage in your blood. With trembling fingers, I removed my borrowed clothes until I stood in just my simple cotton undergarments, feeling vulnerable and exposed in the candlelit chamber. The air was cool against my skin, raising goosebumps along my arms. Linnea dipped her fingers in the ash and began drawing symbols on my skin, spirals on my shoulders, crescents on my collarbones, phases of the moon down my spine. Each mark tingled slightly as she drew it, as if the ash itself carried some charge of power. "These are the old marks," she murmured as she worked. "The ones the first Moonborn wore when they conducted their rituals. If your blood recognizes them, it will respond." When she finished marking my skin, she prepared the tea, steeping the strange herbs in water heated over one of the candles. The liquid turned a deep purple black, and the smell that rose from it was earthy and bitter, like forest floor after rain mixed with something metallic. "Drink all of it," she instructed, handing me the cup. "It will taste terrible, but don't stop until it's gone. The herbs will open your spiritual channels, make you receptive to what's coming." I took the cup with shaking hands and brought it to my lips. The taste was even worse than the smell, bitter and astringent, coating my tongue and throat with an oily residue that made me gag. But I forced it down, swallow by horrible swallow, until the cup was empty. "Good," Linnea said, taking the cup from me. "Now sit in the center of the circle. Cross your legs, hands on your knees, palms up. Close your eyes and try to calm your mind. Focus on your breathing. The herbs will start working soon and you'll feel strange. Don't fight it. Let it carry you." I did as she instructed, settling onto the cold stone floor in the center of the circle of candles. Behind me, I heard Thane take up a position just outside the ring of light, his presence a comfort even though he couldn't help if things went wrong. The herbs began to take effect quickly. First came a warmth that spread through my limbs, making my fingers and toes tingle. Then a lightness, as if my body was becoming less substantial, more translucent. The chamber seemed to shimmer around me, the stone walls becoming fluid and uncertain. "It's beginning." Linnea's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Remember, child, don't fight the magic. Let it flow through you. If you have the heritage, your blood will know what to do." She began to chant in a language I didn't recognize, her voice rising and falling in complex rhythms that seemed to resonate in my bones. The candles flared brighter, their flames stretching upward toward the ceiling. The moonstones in the bowl began to glow, pulsing in time with Linnea's chanting. Then the moon rose beyond the chamber walls, and I felt its pull even through layers of stone. I felt it calling to something deep within me, something that had been sleeping my entire life. Something that was finally, terrifyingly beginning to wake. The pendant at my throat, I'd forgotten I was still wearing it, burst into light so bright I could see it through my closed eyelids. Silver radiance poured from it, cascading over my skin, sinking into the ash marks Linnea had drawn. And then the magic hit. It poured into me like liquid fire, like moonlight given substance and weight. It filled every cell, every nerve, racing through my bloodstream with purpose and power. I gasped, my back arching as the force of it lifted me slightly off the ground. "Yes," something whispered in a voice that was ancient and familiar all at once. "Yes, daughter of the moon. We remember you. The blood remembers." Images flooded my mind, women with silver light in their eyes, performing rituals under full moons. Healers touching the sick and drawing out poison with glowing hands. Seers reading the future in moon-cast shadows. Warriors channeling lunar magic into shields of light that turned back darkness. My heritage, my birthright, the legacy my mother had died protecting. The magic recognized me, claimed me, and I felt dormant channels opening throughout my body, pathways carved into my very DNA by ancestors I'd never known. Power rushed through them like water through a dry riverbed, filling spaces that had been empty my entire life. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. Like growing new limbs, like developing new senses, like being born and dying simultaneously. I heard myself crying out, but couldn't stop the sound. "Thane, stay back." Linnea's voice, sharp with command. "Don't break the circle. She's in pain." His voice, raw with anguish. "I can't just. If you cross that threshold now, you'll kill you both. Trust the process." The magic peaked, a crescendo of power that felt like it would tear me apart. I was burning, freezing, drowning, flying. I was everything and nothing. I was Vesper Marshall and someone much older, much greater. Then, just when I thought I couldn't endure another second, when I was certain I would shatter, like glass under the pressure, the magic settled. It didn't disappear, didn't leave. It settled into those newly opened channels, flowing through them like blood through veins, like breath through lungs. It became part of me, as natural as my heartbeat. I opened my eyes. The chamber was bathed in silver light, not from the candles, but from me, from my skin, which glowed with soft lunar radiance, from my eyes, which I somehow knew had changed, had taken on the luminous quality I'd seen in the ancient drawings, from my hands, where silver light pooled in my palms like liquid moonlight. I was Moonborn. The blood had remembered, and nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 9, Awakening. The world looked different through Moonborn eyes. I could see things I'd never noticed before, the faint shimmer of magical energy that clung to the stone walls, residue from centuries of rituals performed in this sacred space. The silver threads of power that connected Linnea to the natural world around her, marking her as not just a healer, but something more ancient, more fundamentally tied to the earth itself.
And Thane.
Oh, the sight of him nearly stole what little breath I had left. He stood just beyond the circle of candles, and I could see the pack bonds radiating from him like golden threads stretching out into the darkness, connections to every wolf in Shadowpine, binding them to their alpha and him to them. But there was another thread too, one I hadn't noticed before. A thread of silver and gold twisted together, stretching from his chest to mine, pulsing with light that grew brighter as I focused on it. The Luna bond. No longer theoretical or hoped for, but visible.
Real.
Undeniable. Vesper. Thane's voice was rough with concern and wonder. Are you all right? I tried to speak, but the words caught in my throat. My entire body felt strange, not painful anymore, but different. Humming with energy that hadn't been there before. I looked down at my hands, watching the silver light pool in my palms like water, responding to my thoughts, even though I had no idea how to control it. The glow will fade in time, Linnea said, moving closer but still remaining respectful of the ritual space. Her voice carried satisfaction and relief in equal measure. As you learn to contain and control your power, it will become less visible to the naked eye. Right now, your channels are wide open, flooded with magic. It will take days, perhaps weeks, for your body to fully adjust. I can see. I gestured vaguely, unable to articulate what I was perceiving. Everything. Connections. Energy. Magic that was always there, but invisible before. The sight, Linnea confirmed. One of the primary Moonborn gifts. You can perceive supernatural energy in all its forms, magic, bonds, even the life force of living things. It will be overwhelming at first, like suddenly gaining a new sense. But you'll learn to filter it, to control when and how you use it. The candles were guttering now, their flames burning low. Linnea moved through the circle, extinguishing them one by one with practiced efficiency. As each flame died, the mundane world reasserted itself slightly, though the magical perception didn't fade completely. The ritual is complete, Linnea announced. The circle is broken. You may approach Alpha. Thane didn't need to be told twice. He was across the space in 3 long strides, dropping to his knees beside me and pulling me into his arms with desperate relief. His warmth surrounded me, solid and real and grounding after the otherworldly experience of transformation. I thought I was going to lose you, he said roughly against my hair. When you started screaming, when the light grew so bright I couldn't see you anymore. I'm all right, I assured him, though my voice came out shakier than I intended. It hurts, but I'm okay. Better than okay. I pulled back slightly to look at him, and the Luna bond between us flared brighter at the proximity, pulsing with warmth and something that felt dangerously like belonging. Like home. You're glowing, he said softly, his hand coming up to cup my face. His thumb traced my cheekbone with reverent gentleness. Your eyes. They're the same green, but there's silver light in them now, like stars reflected in a forest pool. I can see you too, I whispered. Really see you. The pack bonds, the alpha power that runs through your blood. And this. I touched my chest where the Luna bond connected us, and Thane's breath caught. I can see it now. The connection between us. It's real. It's not just stories or legends or wishful thinking. No, he agreed, his voice barely above a whisper. It's not. We should get you dressed and to your chambers, Linnea interrupted, her practical tone cutting through the charged moment. You need rest, food, and time to integrate what's happened. The transformation takes a toll on the body, even when successful. And we need to discuss what this means for you, for the pack, for the threats we're facing. Thane helped me to my feet, and I was grateful for his support. My legs felt weak, trembling beneath me like I'd run for miles. The silver glow emanating from my skin had dimmed slightly, but still cast faint light in the shadowy chamber. I dressed quickly in the clothes I'd discarded earlier, hyper-aware of Thane's eyes on me, but too exhausted to feel self-conscious. Everything felt different now. My own body felt foreign, humming with power I didn't understand and couldn't yet control. As we made our way through the darkened hallways back to Thane's quarters, I noticed other changes. I could sense the wolves sleeping in their homes throughout the settlement, each one a small flame of life force, some burning bright with youth and vigor, others dimmer with age or illness. The connections between pack members were visible too, a complex web of relationships and bonds that held the community together. It was beautiful and overwhelming in equal measure. Here, Thane said, guiding me into his quarters and settling me on the couch. Linnea, what does she need? What can I do? Food first, Linnea said, already moving toward the door. Simple fare, bread, broth, nothing too heavy. Her body has been through significant trauma and needs gentle nourishment. I'll prepare something and return shortly. After she left, silence settled over the room. Thane sat beside me, close enough that our shoulders touched, his presence a comfort in the strangeness of my new reality. How do you feel? He asked finally. Truly. I considered the question, taking inventory of my transformed body and mind. Strange, powerful, terrified. Like I've been given access to an entirely new part of myself that I don't know how to use. Like I'm more myself than I've ever been, but also someone completely different. I laughed weakly. That probably doesn't make any sense. It makes perfect sense, he assured me. When I first shifted, when the wolf emerged for the first time, I felt the same way. Like I'd discovered a missing piece of myself, but also like I'd become something foreign and frightening. It takes time to integrate the two halves, to find balance between what you were and what you've become. Did you have anyone to guide you through it? I asked, turning to look at him. The Luna bond pulsed between us, stronger now that I could perceive it directly. My father, he said, a shadow of old grief crossing his features. He was the alpha before me. He taught me how to control the shift, how to balance human rationality with wolf instinct, how to lead with both strength and wisdom. A pause. He died defending the pack from hunters 30 years ago. Took silver bullets meant for younger pack members who wouldn't have survived them. I'm sorry, I said softly, covering his hand with mine. It sounds like he was an extraordinary alpha. He was, Thane agreed. And I've spent 3 decades trying to live up to his legacy. Trying to be the leader he trained me to be. His eyes met mine, intense and vulnerable. Sometimes I wonder if he'd approve of the choices I'm making now. Bringing a human into the pack, proposing radical changes to centuries of tradition, forming a Luna bond with someone who isn't even fully our kind. I think he'd be proud, I said with conviction I couldn't quite explain. You're doing what he did, protecting those who need it, even when it costs you personally. Even when it means challenging the status quo. That takes courage. He smiled slightly, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. You barely knew me 3 days ago, and now you're defending my choices to my own doubts? I know you, I said simply. Maybe not your history or your favorite foods or the mundane details. But I know your heart. I can see it. I gestured vaguely at the space between us, at the bond that connected our souls. See the kind of person you are. The kind of alpha who refuses to abandon ancestral lands, who stands up for what's right even when it's difficult, who risks everything to bridge divides between worlds. That's not someone any father would be ashamed of. Thane stared at me for a long moment, something shifting in his expression. Then he leaned forward and pressed his forehead against mine, a gesture that felt incredibly intimate despite its simplicity. "You terrify me," he whispered. "The thought of losing you, of watching you suffer or fade. When you were in that ritual circle, screaming in pain, and I couldn't do anything to help." His voice broke slightly. "I've faced down enemy packs, hunters, rogue wolves who wanted to challenge my authority. But nothing has ever frightened me the way watching you suffer frightened me. I'm still here." I reminded him gently. "The ritual worked. I survived. We got the answers we needed. This time," he said. "But there will be other dangers. Whoever killed your mother will come for you eventually. The hunters might return with greater numbers. Other supernatural factions might see you as a threat or a resource to be claimed." His hand came up to tangle in my hair, holding me close. "And I will lose my mind trying to keep you safe while also respecting that you're not some fragile thing to be locked away and protected. You're Moonborn. You have power in your blood. You have every right to stand and fight beside me rather than hide behind me." "Then we figured out together," I said. "We learn how to balance protection with freedom, safety with agency. The same way you learn to balance human thought with wolf instinct. The same way your pack balances individual needs with collective good. We'll find our way." Linnea returned then with a tray of simple food, the promised broth, along with bread and herbal tea that smelled of chamomile and honey. She set it on the low table before us, then settled into a chair across from the couch with a heavy sigh that spoke of her own exhaustion. "Eat," she commanded, and I obeyed, suddenly ravenous. The broth was rich and warming, settling my stomach and chasing away some of the lingering weakness in my limbs. "Now," Linnea said once I'd taken several bites, "we need to discuss what your awakening means. What gifts you've inherited, what threats you now face, and how we prepare you to survive what's coming." "What gifts?" I asked between mouthfuls of bread. "Beyond the sight that lets me see magical energy." "The sight is just the beginning," Linnea said. "Moonborn bloodlines typically manifest 3 primary gifts, though the specific abilities vary between individuals. You have the sight, that much is confirmed. But you likely also have at least 2 other major abilities waiting to be developed and trained." She pulled out a worn journal from her robes, flipping through pages covered in cramped handwriting and sketches. "Based on historical records and the few Moonborn I've encountered over my long life, the most common gifts are healing, which allows you to draw out sickness and injury using lunar magic. Warding, which lets you create protective barriers and shields. Foresight, which grants glimpses of possible futures. And communion, which allows you to communicate with and draw power from the moon itself." "That's 4 gifts," I pointed out, my mind reeling at the possibilities. "Most Moonborn manifest 2 or 3 in their lifetime," Linnea clarified. "Possessing all 4 is exceptionally rare, the mark of what our ancestors called a moon chosen, someone blessed directly by the lunar goddess. But we won't know which gifts you have until they begin to surface. That will happen gradually over the coming weeks as your body fully adjusts to the awakening." "How do I learn to control them?" The thought of wielding such power without understanding it was frightening. "Practice and patience," Linnea said. "I can guide you through meditation techniques that will help you manage the flow of magic, teach you exercises to strengthen your control and expand your capacity. But much of it will be instinctive. Your blood carries the knowledge of generations. Trust your intuition and the magic will respond." A thought occurred to me, cold and unsettling. The people who killed my mother, they were hunting Moonborn specifically, weren't they? That's why they tracked her down, why they caused that accident. They knew what she was and wanted her dead. "Most likely," Linnea confirmed grimly. The Moonborn were nearly hunted to extinction centuries ago by a coalition of forces, human witch hunters who feared their power and a faction of vampires who saw them as threats to their influence over human affairs. Most believed the bloodline had died out completely. If certain parties discover you're alive and manifesting powers, they'll come for you. Make no mistake about that. Wonderful, I muttered. So, I've gone from having one uncle who wants me dead to having entire organizations who might want the same thing. You also have an entire pack willing to defend you, Thane said firmly, and other allied packs who will stand with us. You're not alone in this, Vesper. You're not facing these threats as a solitary target. You're back now. You're Luna. And we protect our own. The conviction in his voice made my chest tighten with emotion. I set down my soup and turned to face him fully. I haven't officially accepted that role. The Luna bond might exist between us, but that doesn't automatically make me your mate, your partner in leading this pack. I know, he said quietly, and I won't pressure you to accept something you're not ready for. But Vesper, he took my hand, threading his fingers through mine. The bond isn't something that waits for a formal acceptance. It's already forming, already pulling us together. You feel it, don't you? The way my presence calms something in your soul? The way being near me feels like coming home? I did feel it. I had felt it since the moment I'd freed him from those silver chains, though I hadn't had the context to understand what it meant. The inexplicable trust I'd placed in a stranger. The way my body had relaxed against him during our flight through the forest. The pull I felt toward him, even across distances. I feel it, I admitted. But feeling something and being ready to commit to it completely are different things. I need time to adjust to what I've become before I can think about binding myself to someone else, even if that bond is supposedly destined. Then take the time you need, Thane said, though I could see the longing in his eyes, the desire to claim me as his that he was restraining out of respect for my autonomy. I've waited over a century to find my Luna. I can wait a bit longer for you to come to terms with your new reality. Linnea cleared her throat. As touching as this is, we have more practical matters to discuss. The visiting alphas are still here, and they'll want answers about what happened tonight. Word spreads quickly through pack bonds, and I'd wager half the settlement felt the surge of power when your awakening reached its peak. They'll be curious. Some will be afraid. What do I tell them? I asked, anxiety coiling in my stomach. That I'm some mythical bloodline they probably thought was extinct? That I'm still figuring out what that means. You tell them the truth, Thane said. That you're Moonborn, that you're under my protection, and that any threat to you is a threat to me and this pack. You stand before them with confidence, even if you don't feel it. Show them the strength that led you to break those silver chains. They'll respect that. When? I asked, dreading the answer. Tomorrow, Linnea said. You need tonight to rest and begin integrating your new abilities. But by morning, the other alphas will demand answers. Better to meet with them on your terms rather than letting rumors and speculation run wild. I nodded, exhaustion suddenly crashing over me in waves. The magical transformation, the emotional intensity of the past hours, the weight of everything I'd learned, it was too much to process while remaining upright. I need to sleep, I said, my voice coming out small and tired. I need everything to stop spinning for a few hours. Of course, Thane said immediately, standing and helping me to my feet. Use the guest chamber. I'll stay out here in case you need anything. But as I moved toward the adjoining room, the Luna bond between us pulled tight, uncomfortable with the distance. I paused at the threshold, torn between the privacy I thought I should want and the companionship my newly awakened instincts were demanding. Vesper. Thane's voice was gentle, understanding. What do you need? I turned back to face him, feeling vulnerable and uncertain. I don't want to be alone. Not tonight. Too much has changed, and I need. Say no more, he interrupted gently. He moved to the large bed and pulled back the covers. We'll both sleep here. I'll stay on top of the blankets, fully clothed. Just near enough that the bond doesn't protest the separation. Is that acceptable? Relief flooded through me. Yes. Thank you. I climbed into the bed, sinking into the soft mattress with a sigh of relief. Thane settled beside me, maintaining a respectful distance, but close enough that I could feel the warmth of his body, hear his steady breathing. The Luna bond settled, content with our proximity, and I felt my racing thoughts begin to slow. The silver glow emanating from my skin dimmed further as exhaustion dragged me toward sleep. "Thane," I murmured, already half dreaming. "Thank you for not pushing. For letting me figure this out at my own pace." "Always," he replied softly. "Sleep now. Tomorrow brings new challenges, but tonight you're safe. I promise." With his presence anchoring me and the Luna bond humming between us like a lullaby, I let myself drift into sleep. Into dreams filled with silver moonlight, ancient women who shared my face, and a destiny I was only beginning to understand. The blood had remembered. Now I needed to learn what that memory meant, and what price I would have to pay for claiming my heritage. Chapter 10. The Gathering of Alphas. Morning light filtered through the tall windows, painting stripes of gold across the bed where I lay. For a disorienting moment, I couldn't remember where I was or why every nerve in my body felt like it was humming with unfamiliar energy. Then memory returned in a rush. The ritual, the awakening, the silver light that had poured through me like liquid moonfire. I sat up slowly, cataloging the changes in my body. The glow had faded overnight, my skin appearing normal in the morning light. But when I held up my hand and concentrated, silver light flickered beneath the surface, responding to my will like a dormant flame waiting to be fed. Thane was gone, though the warmth lingering on the blankets beside me suggested he hadn't left long ago. A note rested on the pillow where his head had been, written in elegant script. "Didn't want to wake you. You needed the rest. Council meeting starts at noon in the Great Hall. Wear something that makes you feel strong. We face them together."
T.
I touched the note, feeling an absurd swell of affection for this man who was so careful with me, so respectful of my boundaries even as the Luna bond pulled us inexorably together. A soft knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. "Come in," I called, expecting Linnea or perhaps one of the pack members to have breakfast. Instead, Bronwyn entered carrying an armload of clothing. Her expression was carefully neutral, but I caught a flicker of something, curiosity, respect, in her dark eyes as she approached. "Alpha Thane asked me to bring you some options for the council meeting," she said, laying the clothes across a chair. "He thought you might want choices. Some of these are mine, others borrowed from pack members closer to your size." I moved to examine the selection, several dresses in various styles, pants and blouses, even a leather jacket that looked like it had seen some battles. All of them practical, but also commanding in their own ways. "Thank you," I said, genuinely touched by the gesture. "This is kind of you, especially after everything." Bronwyn shrugged, but her posture relaxed slightly. "You're back now. Or as close to it as a human," she stopped, correcting herself. "As a Moonborn can be, without officially accepting the Luna bond. That means we take care of you." "How much does everyone know?" I asked, anxiety prickling at the back of my neck. "About what happened last night?" "Enough," she replied honestly. "The surge of power when your heritage awakened. Every wolf in the settlement felt it. Some of the visiting alphas felt it too, apparently. They've been demanding answers since dawn." She studied me with those penetrating dark eyes. "You're going to have to face them eventually. Might as well be on your own terms. Dress like someone who could burn their territories to ash if they displease you." Despite my nerves, I smiled at her dramatic phrasing. "I have no idea how to burn anything to ash. I barely know how to make my hands glow on command." "They don't need to know that," Bronwyn said with a slight smirk. "Confidence is half the battle when dealing with territorial alphas. Show no fear, make no apologies for what you are, and they'll respect you. Show weakness, and they'll eat you alive." "Comforting," I muttered, turning back to the clothing options. After a moment's consideration, I selected dark-fitted pants, a deep green blouse that brought out my eyes, and the leather jacket. The outfit struck a balance, feminine but not delicate, practical but not intimidating. Exactly the image I needed to project. Bronwyn nodded approvingly as I dressed. Good choice. You look like someone who could stand beside an alpha, not behind him. She moved toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, I think you'll do fine. You've already survived worse than a room full of posturing wolves. After she left, I took time to braid my pale blonde hair back from my face, securing it with a leather cord Bronwyn had left with the clothes. The silver pendant rested against my collarbone, warm and reassuring. In the mirror, I barely recognized myself. There was a new quality to my features, something that went beyond simple confidence. A presence that hadn't been there before the awakening.
Power, I realized.
I looked like someone with power. The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. A second knock came, and this time Thane entered without waiting for permission. His eyes swept over me, approval and something deeper flaring in their storm-gray depths. Perfect, he said simply. You look like exactly what you are, someone to be reckoned with. I feel like I'm about to walk into a wolf's den, I admitted, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from the jacket. You are, he said with dark amusement. Literally. But remember, you're not prey, Vesper. You're Moonborn. Your bloodline is older than most of theirs. Your magic potentially more powerful than anything they possess. They should be nervous about facing you, not the other way around. Should be and are being are very different things, I pointed out. He closed the distance between us, his hands coming up to rest on my shoulders. I'll be right there with you. Merrick, Linnea, and several other pack members who support you'll be there too. You're not alone in this. The Luna bond hummed between us, stronger in the daylight somehow, more insistent. I could feel his confidence flowing through it, his absolute conviction that I could face this challenge. It helped settle some of my anxiety. What exactly are they going to ask? I wanted to be prepared, to have answers ready. Everything, Thane said honestly. What you are, what powers you possess, what threat you represent to the supernatural community, what your intentions are toward me and this pack. Some will question whether you can be trusted, whether harboring you puts all the packs at risk. Others will see you as a potential asset, a weapon to be used or controlled. And what do you see me as? The question escaped before I could stop it. His expression softened. Someone brave enough to break silver chains for a stranger. Someone strong enough to survive a ritual that could have killed her. Someone who might just be exactly what our world needs. A bridge between species, a reminder that we're more alike than different. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead against mine in that intimate gesture I was coming to cherish. I see you, Vesper. All of you. Not just the power or the heritage or the bond. I see the woman who chose compassion over safety, who stands up for what's right even when it costs her everything. That's who you are. Don't let them make you forget it. His words strengthened something in my core, solidifying my resolve. I nodded against his forehead, then pulled back.
All right.
Let's go face the wolves. The great hall was packed when we arrived, every available space filled with bodies. I counted at least 30 unfamiliar faces beyond the Shadowpine Pack members I'd come to recognize, alphas and their seconds from territories across the region, all gathered to witness this unprecedented situation. Conversation died the moment Thane and I appeared at the entrance. Every eye turned toward us with varying degrees of curiosity, suspicion, and calculation. I felt the weight of their attention like a physical pressure against my newly awakened senses and could see the complex web of pack bonds and territorial claims that connected them all in a dizzying display of supernatural politics. Breathe, Thane murmured, his hand at the small of my back. And remember, you belong here. We made our way to the front of the hall where the great circular table had been expanded somehow to accommodate the increased number of attendees. Thane took his seat at the head, and to my surprise, he pulled out the chair directly beside him, the position traditionally reserved for a Pax Luna. Several eyebrows rose at the gesture. Murmurs rippled through the assembled crowd. I sat without hesitation, meeting the curious stares with as much confidence as I could muster. The leather jacket suddenly felt like armor, and I was grateful for Bronwyn's advice about projecting strength. Thank you all for remaining to discuss yesterday's events, Thane began, his voice carrying authority that silenced the whispers. I know many of you felt the surge of power that occurred last night during the full moon. I'm sure you have questions about its source and what it means for our community. Damn right we have questions, said a grizzled alpha with a silver-shot beard from across the table. His amber eyes fixed on me with undisguised suspicion. That kind of power spike could have drawn attention from all sorts of unwanted parties. Human authorities with their electromagnetic sensors, vampire covens looking for magical disturbances, witch circles who monitor lunar rituals. You've potentially put every pack in this region at risk, Shadowpine. The power came from me, I said before Thane could respond, keeping my voice steady despite my racing heart. And it was contained within Shadowpine's protective wards. No external parties were alerted. And who exactly are you to generate that kind of magical signature? Demanded a female alpha with copper hair and calculating green eyes. Thane told us you were human, a refugee from the hunting party. But no human possesses that kind of raw power. I'm not entirely human, I replied, the words feeling strange on my tongue. I'm Moonborn. My heritage awakened last night during a ritual of revealing. Silence. Then chaos. Half the alphas erupted in disbelief, some standing from their chairs in shock. The other half exchanged significant looks, clearly recognizing the term and understanding its implications. Moonborn, the grizzled alpha's voice cut through the noise. That bloodline was wiped out centuries ago. Everyone knows that. Apparently not everyone, Linnea interjected from her position near the windows. The Moonborn went into deep hiding, diluted their bloodlines to escape detection. But the magic doesn't die. It sleeps, waiting for the right catalyst to awaken it. Vesper is living proof that the bloodline survived. Prove it, demanded another alpha, this one younger with suspicious eyes. Anyone can claim an ancient heritage. Show us these supposed Moonborn powers. I glanced at Thane, who gave me a subtle nod of encouragement. My heart hammered as I stood, aware of every eye tracking my movement. I had no idea if I could control the magic on command, no training in how to channel it safely. But I remembered the feeling from last night. The way the power had responded to my will had flowed through channels carved by ancestors I'd never known. I held out my hand, palm up, and reached for that place inside me where the silver light lived. For a moment, nothing happened, and panic clawed at my throat. Then warmth bloomed in my palm. Silver light gathered there, coalescing into a sphere that hovered above my skin. It grew brighter, casting shadows across the hall, until everyone could see it clearly. Undeniable proof of magic that shouldn't exist in a purely human body. Gasps echoed through the hall. Some alphas leaned forward with fascination. Others pulled back warily. The sight as well, I said, letting the sphere dissipate. I can see supernatural energy, pack bonds, and magical signatures. I can perceive things hidden from normal vision. Dangerous, someone muttered from the back of the room. Potentially invaluable, countered Alpha Torvin, who had been quiet until now. The Moonborn served as bridges between worlds in the old times. As healers, seers, protectors of the balance. If the bloodline has truly awakened after centuries of dormancy, it might be exactly what we need in these uncertain times. Or it might be a beacon drawing every threat in the supernatural world directly to our doorsteps, countered the copper-haired female alpha. The Moonborn were hunted to near extinction for a reason. Multiple factions wanted them dead or controlled. If word spreads that one has surfaced here, we'll have vampires, witch hunters, and goddess knows what else converging on this territory. Then we protect her, Thane said, his voice carrying absolute conviction. As we would any member of our alliance. As we would any supernatural being seeking sanctuary from persecution. She's not one of us, the grizzled alpha objected. She's not a pack, not a wolf. Why should we risk our people for someone who's only been in your territory for 3 days? Because she's saved my life, Thane replied, his tone hardening into command. Because she chose to free me when leaving me to die would have been safer. Because she burned bridges with her own kind to protect ours. And because, He stood, moving to stand beside me with his hand finding mine. She is my Luna. The bond has formed between us. To threaten her is to threaten me. The declaration sent another wave of shock through the assembled alphas. Several looked between us with new understanding, seeing the connection they'd missed before. A Luna bond with a non-wolf, someone breathed. I've heard of such things in legends, but never witnessed one. The moon chooses what the heart recognizes, Linnea said, her ancient voice carrying weight. Luna bonds transcend species when both parties carry supernatural heritage. Thane is alpha-blooded, descended from ancient pack lines. Vesper is Moonborn, touched by the same lunar magic that calls to the wolf. The connection between them is natural, if rare. Has she accepted the bond? Asked the copper-haired alpha, her green eyes shrewd. Or are you claiming her without her consent, Thane? I haven't formally accepted, I answered before Thane could, not wanting him to speak for me. The bond exists. I can see it clearly now with my awakened sight. But accepting the role of Luna, Alpha's mate, is not something I'm prepared to commit to after knowing Thane for only 3 days. I need time to adjust to my new reality, to understand what I've become, before I can bind myself to someone else and take on the responsibilities of pack leadership. Several alphas nodded at this, respect flickering across their features. Others looked disappointed, as if they'd hoped to find some weakness to exploit. A wise answer, Torvin said approvingly, and one that speaks to her character. She could claim the Luna position for protection and status, but instead chooses honesty about her uncertainty. That's someone worth trusting. Or someone playing a longer game, countered the suspicious younger alpha. How do we know she won't use her position near Thane to manipulate pack decisions? To influence supernatural politics in ways that benefit whoever sent her? Nobody sent me, I said, frustration sharpening my tone. I was an unwanted burden in my uncle's house, barely tolerated and certainly not important enough for anyone to use as a spy or plant. I freed Thane because watching someone suffer went against everything I believe in. That's it. No conspiracy, no hidden agenda, just basic compassion that cost me everything I'd known. And your mother? Asked an older female alpha with kind eyes. Linnea mentioned she was likely Moonborn as well. Why did she hide her heritage? What was she running from? I don't know, I admitted. She died when I was 13, and she never told me about any of this. Never hinted that we were anything other than ordinary humans. But based on what Linnea's research suggests, she was probably hiding from the same forces that hunted the Moonborn centuries ago. Forces that may now come after me. Which brings us back to the central question, said the grizzled alpha. Do we risk our packs by sheltering her? Or do we distance ourselves from Shadowpine until this situation resolves? That's not a decision I can make for you, Thane said, his voice carrying the weight of alpha authority. Each of you must decide what your conscience and your duty to your people demands. But know this, Shadowpine will not abandon Vesper. She is under my protection, and I will defend her with every resource at my disposal. Anyone who stands with us in this will have my eternal gratitude and the full support of my pack in any future conflicts. Anyone who stands against us. He let the implication hang in the air, unspoken but clear. Silence fell as the alphas considered his words, weighing loyalties and risks, calculating political advantages and potential costs. Finally, Torvin stood. Ashwater Pack stands with Shadowpine. We've been allies for generations, and that doesn't change because the situation becomes complicated. Besides, his amber eyes found mine with genuine warmth. I've always believed the Moonborn were judged too harshly by history. If their bloodline has survived, perhaps they deserve a chance to prove they're not the threat our ancestors believed them to be. One by one, other alphas rose to pledge their support. Not all of them. 5 packs declared they would remain neutral, neither helping nor hindering Shadowpine. 2 stated outright that they would distance themselves until the situation resolved, unwilling to risk their people for an outsider. But more than half stood with us. Stood with me, despite the risks and the unknowns. Tears burned behind my eyes at the unexpected show of support. These were people, wolves, who owed me nothing, who had every reason to see me as a threat. Yet they chose to offer protection, anyway. Thank you, I said, my voice rough with emotion. All of you. I know this isn't an easy decision, and I know I'm asking you to risk your people for someone you barely know. I promise. I looked around the room, meeting as many eyes as I could. I will do everything in my power to prove worthy of your trust. To learn to control these abilities, so I'm an asset rather than a liability. To become the bridge between worlds that my ancestors were supposed to be. The grizzled alpha, who had questioned me most harshly, studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You've got a spine, girl. And heart. That counts for something. He turned to Thane. Ravenclaw Pack will stand with you as well. But if she becomes a danger to any of our people, all bets are off. Clear? Crystal, Thane confirmed. The meeting continued for another hour, discussing specifics, patrol coordination, information sharing protocols, emergency response plans in case the threats against me materialized. But the crucial question had been answered. I wasn't alone. Neither was Thane. We had allies. We had a chance. As the alphas began to disperse, heading back to their territories or to guest quarters within the settlement, Linnea approached with a satisfied expression. Well done, she said quietly. You handled that with grace and strength. Even the most skeptical among them will think twice before dismissing you now. It felt like being on trial, I admitted, exhaustion suddenly crashing over me. You were, Linnea said bluntly. And you passed. Now comes the harder part, living up to the promises you made. Learning to control your abilities, discovering the full extent of your gifts, and preparing for whatever threats are coming. She fixed me with those ancient eyes. Your training begins tomorrow. I hope you're ready. I don't think I'll ever feel ready, I said honestly. Good, Linnea replied with a slight smile. Overconfidence gets people killed. Healthy respect for what you don't know keeps you sharp. She nodded to us both. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, we begin shaping you into what you need to become. After she left, Thane and I stood alone in the nearly empty great hall. The afternoon sun slanted through the windows, painting everything in shades of honey and gold. You were magnificent, Thane said softly, taking my hand. The way you stood before them, showed your power without flinching, answered their questions with honesty even when a convenient lie might have been easier. He shook his head with something like wonder. You're going to make an extraordinary Luna when you're ready to claim that role. If I'm ever ready, I corrected, though the correction felt weaker than it had before. The bond between us had strengthened throughout the meeting, fed by our united front, by the way we'd stood together facing judgment. When, he repeated with quiet confidence, not if. And looking into his storm-gray eyes, feeling the Luna bond pulse between us with growing insistence, I couldn't find it in me to argue. Maybe he was right. Maybe this impossible connection would become something I wouldn't want to resist. But for now, I had training to prepare for, abilities to master, and threats to defend against. The awakening was complete. Now comes the real work of becoming Moonborn. Chapter 11. Silver and Shadow. Training began at dawn the next morning, when most of the settlement was still wrapped in sleep and the world hung suspended between darkness and light. Linnea led me deep into the forest to a clearing I hadn't seen before, a perfect circle of ancient standing stones that hummed with residual magic, their surfaces carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change when I looked at them directly with my awakened sight. This is the Moon Circle, Linnea explained, her voice hushed with reverence. Built by the founding members of Shadowpine when they first claimed this territory. The stones are aligned with the phases of the moon, channeling lunar energy, even in daylight. It's the perfect place to begin your training. I turned slowly, taking in the circle. With my new vision, I could see threads of silver magic connecting each stone, forming a web of power that pulsed in time with my own heartbeat. It was beautiful and slightly overwhelming. What do we start with? I asked, eager despite my nervousness. Control, Linnea said simply. She gestured for me to stand in the center of the circle. Right now, your power responds to strong emotion and instinct. That's dangerous. You need to be able to call upon your abilities at will and suppress them when necessary. The difference between a gifted Moonborn and a dangerous one is control. She began by teaching me meditation techniques, ways to visualize the magic flowing through my body, to perceive it as rivers of light that could be directed, channeled, or dammed up as needed. It was harder than it sounded. The moment I tried to grasp the power consciously, it slipped away like water through my fingers. Stop trying to force it, Linnea instructed after my 5th failed attempt to summon the silver light. Magic isn't something you wrestle into submission. It's something you guide, something you dance with. Feel its rhythm and move with it rather than against it. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath and reaching inward. Instead of grabbing for the power, I simply observed it, felt how it moved through the channels opened by my awakening, how it responded to the phases of the moon overhead even though I couldn't see them, how it pulsed in harmony with my heartbeat and breath. When I opened my eyes, silver light was pooling in my palms without conscious effort, steady and controlled. There, Linnea said with satisfaction. That's the key. Now maintain that state while I introduce distractions. She began calling out random words, making sudden noises, even throwing small stones near my feet. Each time, I felt the magic want to flare in response to the surprise or startle. But I held it steady, maintaining that dance-like connection rather than trying to force obedience. We practiced for hours, until the sun climbed high overhead and sweat dripped down my spine despite the cool forest air. Linnea taught me how to pull the magic back completely, hiding any trace of supernatural energy from those who might be looking for it. Then how to release it in controlled bursts rather than overwhelming floods. How to shape it into different forms, spheres, shields, even thin blades of solidified moonlight that could theoretically cut through physical matter. Enough for today, Linnea finally declared as the afternoon sun began its descent. You've made remarkable progress. Most Moonborn take weeks to achieve what you've accomplished in hours. Is that because of the Luna bond? I asked, collapsing onto the grass with exhausted relief. Does being connected to Thane somehow strengthen my abilities? Possibly, Linnea admitted, settling beside me with the ease of someone whose joints didn't protest despite 3 centuries of use. Luna bonds are symbiotic. Each partner strengthens the other. His alpha power may be feeding your magical development, helping you access abilities that would normally take longer to manifest. And your Moonborn nature may be affecting him as well, though in subtler ways. How so? Alpha power is tied to lunar cycles. Full moons call to the wolf, strengthening the beast within. But it's raw, wild, and difficult to fully control. Moonborn magic is also lunar, but refined, civilized, shaped by generations of conscious practice. The bond between you might allow him to access that refinement, to channel his alpha power with greater precision than before. She gave me a knowing look. Have you noticed him seeming more centered lately? More in control despite the stress of the situation. I thought about it, how Thane had handled the council meeting with remarkable calm, how he'd managed to restrain his protective instincts during my ritual despite obvious distress, how he seemed less prone to the predatory tension I'd noticed in other alphas. Maybe, I admitted. I thought it was just his personality. It's both, Linnea said. He's always been an exceptional alpha. But the bond is already beginning to enhance his natural abilities, just as his presence enhances yours. That's the beauty of Luna bonds. They create something greater than the sum of 2 individuals. A rustling in the underbrush drew our attention. Bronwyn emerged from between the trees, moving with that distinctive predatory grace. Her expression was troubled. Healer, she addressed Linnea formally. Alpha Thane requests your presence. And yours as well, Vesper. There's been a development. My stomach dropped. What kind of development? The kind with teeth, Bronwyn said grimly.
Come.
Quickly. We followed her back through the forest at a pace that had me struggling to keep up, my exhausted muscles protesting every step. The settlement was bustling with unusual activity when we emerged from the tree line. Pack members moving with purpose, some carrying weapons, others shepherding children toward the central buildings. "What's happening?" I demanded as we hurried toward the main hall. "Scouts found signs of intruders on the northern boundary," Bronwyn explained. "Not human hunters this time. Something else. Something that left tracks no natural creature should make, and a scent that made our wolves nervous." We found Thane in his study, bent over a map of the territory with Merrick and several other senior pack members. He looked up as we entered, relief flashing across his features when he saw me safe. "Good, you're here," he said, gesturing us closer. "We have a problem." Merrick pointed to locations marked on the map. 3 separate intrusion points along our northern boundary, all within the last 6 hours. Whatever came through was careful, methodical. They avoided our regular patrols, stayed just beyond the range of our territorial wards. Could it be more hunters? I asked, dread coiling in my gut. My uncle bringing reinforcements? "Human hunters make noise, leave obvious trails," Thane said, shaking his head. This was something else. Something that knows how to move through supernatural territory without detection. His eyes met mine, heavy with concern. "Something that might be looking for you." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. After all Linnea's warnings about the forces that had hunted the Moonborn, after my mother's death and years of hiding, the threat I'd been dreading had finally materialized. "What do the tracks look like?" Linnea asked, her tone sharp with urgency. "Canine but wrong," Merrick replied. "Too large, claws too long. And the spacing between prints suggests something that walks on 2 legs sometimes and 4 others. Plus there's this." He pulled out a small vial containing dark residue. "We found this at one of the intrusion points. Some kind of ash or powder that suppresses supernatural senses. Our wolves couldn't smell properly within 10 feet of where this was scattered." Linnea took the vial, uncorked it, and sniffed cautiously. Her face went pale. "Moonsbane. An alchemical compound used by witch hunters centuries ago specifically to track and neutralize Moonborn. It's nearly impossible to create, requires ingredients from the supernatural black market and knowledge that shouldn't still exist." "But it does exist," I said, my voice hollow. "And someone's using it to find me." "Not just someone," Linnea corrected grimly. "The Order of the Black Sun. They're a faction of hunters that's existed for over 5 centuries, dedicated to eliminating what they call lunar abominations, werewolves, Moonborn, any creature touched by the moon's power. They were responsible for the original Moonborn purge. They killed your mother, Vesper. And now they've found you." The room spun slightly. I gripped the edge of the desk to steady myself.
"How?
How did they find me so quickly? I only awakened 2 nights ago." "The power surge from your ritual," Thane said, understanding and regret warring in his expression. "It was contained within our wards, but any magical signature that strongly creates ripples in the supernatural world. Ripples that those who know what to look for can detect. They've been searching for signs of Moonborn awakening for generations. Your transformation was like lighting a beacon." "Then I need to leave," I said immediately, panic rising in my throat. "If they're coming for me, I'll draw them away from the settlement. Lead them somewhere else." "Absolutely not." Thane cut me off, his voice resonating with alpha command. "Running will only make you easier prey. Here, you have an entire pack willing to defend you. Out there alone, you'd be vulnerable." "He's right," Linnea agreed. "The Order specializes in hunting isolated targets. They're experts at separating victims from potential protectors. Your best chance of survival is staying here, continuing your training, and preparing to defend yourself when they inevitably attack." "When, not if," I repeated numbly. "When," Linnea confirmed. "They're probing our defenses now, looking for weaknesses. Soon they'll either attempt a direct assault or try to lure you out of the settlement's protection. We need to be ready for both possibilities." Thane moved around the desk to stand before me, his hands coming up to frame my face with devastating gentleness. "We will keep you safe. I swear it on my life, on my pack, on everything I am. They will not take you." The Luna bond flared between us, and I felt his absolute conviction flowing through it, his willingness to die before allowing harm to come to me. It should have been comforting. Instead, it terrified me. I don't want anyone dying for me, I whispered. Thane, your pack has already risked so much by taking me in. I can't ask them to fight a war against trained hunters on my behalf. You're not asking, he replied firmly. We're offering. Because your pack, whether you've officially accepted the Luna Bond or not. Because protecting those under our care is what we do. And because, his voice softened, losing you would destroy me in ways I'm not certain I'd recover from. The bond has already taken root too deeply. Tears burned behind my eyes. That's not fair. Using the bond to make me feel obligated to stay. I'm not trying to obligate you, he said, thumbs brushing away the tears that escaped despite my efforts. I'm trying to make you understand that running won't spare us from danger. The Order knows you're here. They know this pack shelters you. Leaving won't remove the target from Shadowpine's back. It'll just ensure you face the threat alone while we still deal with the consequences of having harbored you. Logically, I knew he was right. Emotionally, the weight of potentially causing deaths among people who'd show me nothing but kindness was crushing. So, what do? I asked, forcing myself to focus on practical solutions rather than spiraling into guilt and fear. We fortify, Merrick said, returning attention to the map. Double patrols, strengthen wards, establish watch rotations that ensure eyes on every boundary at all times. We call in the allied packs who pledge support, have them send warriors to help defend the territory. And we accelerate Vesper's training, Linnea added. If she's going to face the Order, she needs to be able to defend herself with more than basic light conjuring. She needs to discover and develop her other gifts, healing, warding, whatever else her bloodline carries. How long do we have? I asked. Before they attack? Unknown, Thane admitted. Could be days, could be weeks. The Order is patient when it suits them. They'll take time to study our defenses, identify patterns, and find the optimal moment to strike. But they will strike eventually. Of that, we can be certain. A heavy silence fell as we all absorbed the reality of our situation. Somewhere out there in the forest, trained killers were watching, waiting, planning. And they wanted me dead. There's something else we need to consider, Linnea said quietly. The Order doesn't just kill Moonborn. They study them first, experiment on them to understand their powers. If they manage to capture Vesper alive, she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. That won't happen, Thane said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute vow. I'll die before I let them take her. That's what I'm afraid of, I murmured. Bronwyn, who had been silent throughout the discussion, finally spoke up. What if we go on the offensive? Track them down before they're fully prepared? Take the fight to them rather than waiting for them to bring it to us. Too risky, Merrick countered. We don't know their numbers, their capabilities, their base of operations. Charging into unknown territory against an enemy that specializes in hunting supernatural creatures would be suicide. But sitting here waiting to be attacked isn't exactly a brilliant strategy either, Bronwyn argued. It's not about sitting and waiting, Thane said. It's about preparing. Training. Turning Shadowpine into a fortress they can't breach. And in the meantime, he looked at me with determination. We unlocked every gift sleeping in Vesper's blood. We turn her into something the Order has never faced before. A Moonborn who knows what she is, who's trained and ready, who has an entire pack standing with her. No pressure, I muttered, though my attempt at humor fell flat. You can do this, Thane said with absolute conviction. I've seen your strength, your courage. You broke silver chains with nothing but compassion and determination. You survived a ritual that could have killed you. You stood before a council of territorial alphas and made them respect you. This is just the next challenge. And you won't face it alone. His faith in me was almost painful in its intensity. I wanted to believe I could live up to it, could become the person, the Moonborn he seemed to think I was capable of being. But doubt gnawed at my confidence. What if I wasn't strong enough? What if my gifts never fully manifested? What if my inexperience got someone killed? As if sensing my spiraling thoughts through the bond, Thane pulled me against his chest, his arms wrapping around me with careful strength. One step at a time, he murmured against my hair. We don't have to solve everything today. For now, we prepare. We train. We stand together. The rest will come. I let myself lean into him, drawing comfort from his solid presence, from the steady beat of his heart against my ear. The Luna bond hummed between us, stronger than ever, and I realized with startling clarity that regardless of whether I officially accepted it, the connection was already a fundamental part of who I was becoming. Vesper, Linnea said gently, there's one more thing we need to discuss. About your mother. I pulled back from Thane, wiping at my eyes. What about her? If the Order killed her 13 years ago, they must have had a reason to believe she was Moonborn, which means they have records, files, documentation about your family. They know who you are, where you came from, possibly even details about your awakening that we don't. She paused, choosing her words carefully. They might also have taken her possessions. Items that could tell us more about your heritage, about what gifts she had, about how she survived so long before they found her. You want me to find their base, I said, understanding Dawn. To retrieve whatever they took from her. Eventually, Linnea agreed. When you're ready. When we have better intelligence about their location and defenses. Your mother's knowledge could be invaluable, both for your development and for understanding the enemy we face. The thought of my mother's belongings in the hands of those who'd murdered her sent rage burning through my veins. Rage that the silver light responded to, flaring bright beneath my skin before I wrestled it back under control. I want them to pay, I said quietly, for what they did to her. For the years I spent thinking her death was a random tragedy. For hunting people whose only crime was being born different. They will pay, Thane promised, his voice dark with protective fury. One way or another, they'll answer for every life they've taken. But first, we make sure you survive long enough to see that justice is done. Over the next 3 days, Shadowpine transformed into a military encampment. Allied packs sent warriors, 30 additional fighters who took up positions along the boundaries, rotating through watch shifts and patrol routes. The settlement's children and elderly were moved into the most protected central buildings, guarded around the clock by the pack's strongest defenders. And I trained. Gods, how I trained. Linnea pushed me relentlessly, from dawn until long after dark. We worked on combat applications of my powers, using moonlight shields to deflect attacks, creating blinding flares to disorient opponents, even forming solid constructs that could be used as weapons. My control improved dramatically, the magic becoming as natural as breathing. On the 3rd day, my second gift manifested. We were practicing defensive techniques when Linnea deliberately sliced her palm with a silver knife, not deep, but enough to bleed and cause the kind of burn that would take even a werewolf days to heal. Heal me, she commanded, holding out her wounded hand. I don't know how, I protested. You haven't taught me healing yet. I can't teach what your blood already knows. Stop thinking and just do it. I stared at her bleeding palm, feeling helpless. Then, almost without conscious thought, my hand moved to cover her wound. Silver light flowed from my palm into hers, and I felt something click into place inside me. Another channel opening, another aspect of my heritage awakening. When I pulled my hand away, Linnea's wound was gone. Not scarred, not partially healed, completely gone, as if it had never existed. The healing gift, Linnea said with satisfaction, flexing her restored hand. Powerful too. Most Moonborn healers need multiple sessions to cure silver burns. You did it in seconds. Pride swelled in my chest, quickly followed by exhaustion. The healing had drained me more than any of the light conjuring exercises. It gets easier with practice, Linnea assured me. Your capacity will grow. For now, remember, healing draws from your own life force. Use it too much without rest and you'll burn yourself out. Each night, I collapsed into bed so exhausted I could barely move. And each night, Thane was there, not pushing, not demanding, just present. We fell into a routine of sleeping side by side, the bond content with proximity even without physical intimacy. He would tell me about pack business, about the defenses being established, about messages from allied alphas. I would share what I'd learned that day, the small victories and frustrating setbacks of magical training. And slowly, almost without noticing, the space between us shrank. His arm around my waist became natural. My head on his shoulder became a habit. The goodnight kiss on my forehead became something I looked forward to, that made my chest ache with feelings I wasn't quite ready to name. The bond was patient, but persistent. And with each passing day, I felt my resistance weakening, feeling myself leaning more fully into the connection that wanted to claim us both. On the fourth morning, everything changed. I woke to chaos, howls of alarm, shouted orders, the sound of running feet throughout the settlement. Thane was already gone, though his side of the bed still held warmth. I dressed quickly and rushed to the window. Smoke rose from the southern boundary, multiple plumes of it, dark and ominous against the dawn sky. The Order had made their move, and the battle for Shadowpine for my life had begun. Chapter 12. Blood and Moonlight. I ran. Through corridors filled with pack members arming themselves, downstairs two at a time, bursting out into the dawnlit settlement where organized chaos reigned. Wolves shifted between forms with fluid grace, some racing toward the southern boundary in their animal shapes, while others remained human to coordinate defense strategies. Vesper. Bronwyn appeared at my side, her dark eyes fierce. You need to get to the central building.
Now.
It's the most heavily fortified. No. I cut her off, silver light already gathering instinctively at my fingertips as adrenaline surged through my veins. I'm not hiding while everyone else fights. Not when they're here, because of me. Thane will have my head if anything happens to you, she argued, though I could see grudging respect in her expression. Then come with me and make sure nothing does, I countered, already moving toward the source of the smoke. Where's Thane? Southern perimeter with Merrick and the forward defense team, she replied, falling into step beside me with a resigned sigh. The Order set fires to draw our forces away from the eastern boundary. Classic diversion tactic. Thane thinks the real attack will come from the east where our defenses are thinnest. We ran through the settlement, joining the flow of warriors heading toward defensive positions. The smoke was thicker now, acrid and choking, carrying a scent that made my newly awakened senses recoil, something chemical mixed with the bitter tang of burning moon's bane. They're using the smoke to mask their approach, I realized, coughing as the wind shifted and blew a cloud of it directly into our faces. And to suppress our supernatural abilities. Smart, Bronwyn admitted grimly. They've done this before. Many times. We reached the southern boundary where the fires blazed, 3 separate infernos that had been set with clear strategic purpose. Pack members were already working to contain them, but the flames were spreading fast through the dry underbrush. Thane stood at the center of the defensive line, already shifted into his half-form, that terrifying blend of man and wolf that radiated pure predatory power. His storm-gray eyes found me across the distance, and even through the smoke and chaos, I felt the Luna bond pulse with his immediate reaction, relief that I was visible and within protection, fury that I hadn't stayed in safety, acceptance that arguing would waste precious time. Report, he barked at a scout who had just emerged from the tree line. At least 20 hostiles approaching from the east. The young wolf gasped, chest heaving. Armed with silver weapons, wearing some kind of armor that our claws can't penetrate. They're moving in formation. Trained soldiers, not random hunters. And Alpha, his voice dropped. They have something else. Something that feels wrong. Magic that tastes of death and shadows. Witch hunters, Linnea said, appearing beside us with her ever-present herb bag slung across her shoulder. The Order sometimes employs dark practitioners, those willing to twist magic for violence and death. They'll be the most dangerous opponents. A howl rose from the eastern boundary, not one of warning, but of pain. The sound sent ice through my veins. They've engaged. Merrick's voice came through, and I realized with start that I could hear him clearly despite the distance, could perceive the pack bonds carrying his words to Thane like supernatural radio communication. We need reinforcements. They've got something that's nullifying our ability to shift. Anyone who tries gets caught halfway between forms. Go, Thane commanded, gesturing to half the wolves surrounding him. Support the Eastern defense. Bronwyn, take Vesper too. I'm staying with you. I interrupted, moving to his side before he could finish giving orders I had no intention of following. I can help. I have shields, offensive magic, healing. You have 3 days of training, he countered, his voice harsh with fear for my safety. Against enemies who've spent lifetimes hunting and killing Moonborn. Then I guess we'll see if instinct can make up for experience, I replied, silver light already wreathing my hands as I prepared for whatever was coming. I'm not running, Thane. Not from this. Not from them. He stared at me for a heartbeat, and I saw the war raging behind his eyes. Alpha instinct demanding he protect me, warring against respect for my autonomy, fear for my life battling recognition that I had every right to defend myself and this pack that had become mine. Stay close, he finally growled, acceptance and terror mingling in his tone. And if I tell you to run, you run. Understood? Understood. I agreed, though we both knew I was lying. A sharp whistle cut through the air, some signal I didn't recognize but that made every wolf tense in preparation. Then they came. 20 figures emerged from the smoke-shrouded forest like ghosts materialized from shadow. They wore black tactical gear reinforced with what looked like silver threading, faces hidden behind masks that gave them an inhuman appearance. Each carried weapons that gleamed with the distinctive sheen of silver, swords, spears, even what looked like silver mesh, nets designed to capture rather than kill. They wanted me alive. The realization should have been comforting, but somehow made everything worse. Surrender the Moonborn. A voice called from the center of their formation, female, cold, carrying the kind of authority that came from absolute certainty in one's righteousness. Surrender her, and the rest of you may live. Resist, and we will destroy this entire settlement. Every man, woman, and child. The choice is yours. The only choice here is which of you dies first, Thane replied, his voice resonating with alpha power that made the very air vibrate. You've trespassed on pack lands, threatened those under our protection, and committed acts of war. Leave now, and we'll let you retreat with your lives. Stay, and you'll learn why challenging a werewolf pack on their own territory is considered suicide. The figure laughed, a sound empty of humor, filled with contempt. Brave words from dying creatures. The age of supernatural abominations ends today, starting with the girl who should never have been allowed to awaken. She raised her hand, and hell erupted around us. The Order's fighters moved with terrifying coordination, half of them engaging the wolves with silver weapons while the other half began some kind of ritual, chanting in a language I didn't recognize. Dark energy gathered between them, coalescing into something that made my Moonborn senses scream in warning. They're trying to summon something, Linnea shouted over the sounds of battle. Some kind of entity is bound to serve them. Vesper, you need to disrupt that ritual before. Her words cut off as one of the Order's fighters lunged at her with a silver blade. Instinct took over. I threw out my hand and silver light exploded from my palm in a concentrated beam that caught the attacker square in the chest. He flew backward, slamming into a tree with bone-breaking force. I stared at my hand in shock. I'd never practiced that, never even attempted offensive magic beyond shaped shields. But my blood had known what to do, and had responded to the threat with devastating efficiency. Good, Linnea said approvingly, already moving to intercept another attacker. Trust your instincts. Your ancestors fought battles like this for generations. The knowledge is written in your bones. Around me, the battle descended into chaos. Wolves clashed with the Order soldiers in a blur of fur and steel, claws meeting armor in showers of sparks. Blood, both red and darker, oil-like, splattered the ground. The sounds were horrific, snarls and screams, the wet thud of bodies colliding, the sharp ring of weapons meeting supernatural resistance. Through it all, I could feel Thane, his presence a constant anchor through the Luna bond. I saw him tear through 2 attackers with brutal efficiency, protecting pack members who were younger and less experienced. Saw him take a shallow cut across his ribs from a silver blade and keep fighting as if the burning poison meant nothing. The dark energy from the ritual had grown into a swirling vortex of shadow, and something was beginning to take shape within it. Something with too many limbs and eyes that reflected no light, that seemed to absorb the very air around it. "They're summoning a void wraith," Linnea screamed, genuine fear in her voice for the first time since I'd known her. "Vesper, you have to stop them. If that thing fully manifests, it will devour everything. Wolves, humans, life force itself." I ran toward the chanting figures, silver light building in my hands. But before I could reach them, 3 fighters broke off to intercept me. Their weapons swung in coordinated patterns, forcing me to throw up hasty shields that cracked under the impact of silver-edged steel. "The Moonborn is mine," one of them hissed, and through the gap in her mask I saw eyes burning with fanatical hatred. "Your kind murdered my sister 20 years ago, drained her life to fuel your dark magic. Time for you to pay that blood debt." "I never hurt anyone," I gasped, backing away as they pressed their advantage. "I don't even know what dark magic you're talking about." "Lies." She lunged, her sword aimed at my shoulder. A disabling blow, not a killing one. They really did want me alive. I twisted desperately, but wasn't quite fast enough. The blade grazed my arm, and liquid fire exploded through my nervous system as silver contacted my Moonborn blood. I screamed, stumbling, my shields flickering and nearly failing. Then Thane was there. He moved like lightning, like fury given physical form. One moment my attacker was pressing her advantage. The next she was airborne, Thane's claws having caught her across the midsection with enough force to send her flying into her companions. All 3 went down in a tangle of limbs. "Touch her again, and I'll tear out your throats," Thane snarled, positioning himself between me and them with his muscles coiled for violence. The alpha power radiating from him was almost visible, pressing against the air itself. "Thane, the ritual," I managed through the pain of silver poisoning spreading from my wound. "We have to." "I know," he cut me off. "Can you do a wide area disruption? Something to break their concentration." Could I? I had no idea. But with the Void Wraith continuing to take form, with its presence already making nearby wolves stumble and retch as it sucked at their life force, I had to try. I reached deep, past the pain, past the fear, into that place where the Moonborn magic lived. Drew on every lesson Linnea had taught me about control and visualization and trusting the knowledge written in my blood. And I pulled. Silver light exploded outward from me in an expanding sphere, not focused like my earlier attacks, but dispersed, covering the entire battlefield. It washed over allies and enemies alike, but seemed to only affect those wielding dark magic. The chanting figures stumbled, their ritual disrupted as my Moonborn power collided with their shadow workings like water dousing flame. The Void Wraith shrieked, a sound that existed more in the mind than in physical reality, and its half-formed body began to dissolve, pulled back into whatever nightmare realm it had been summoned from. But the effort cost me. I felt my knees buckle, felt the silver poisoning surge through my system now that I'd exhausted the magic keeping it at bay. The world tilted sideways, and I would have hit the ground if Thane hadn't caught me. "I've got you," he said urgently, his human voice breaking through his half-shifted form. "Stay with me, Vesper. Don't you dare." "Behind you." I managed to gasp. He spun, and I saw what my fading vision had caught. The leader of the Order's attack force, having circled around during the chaos, now standing barely 10 feet away with what looked like a crossbow aimed directly at Thane's back. Time seemed to slow. I could see the bolt loaded in the weapon, not just silver, but something worse, something that radiated dark magic and death. A killing shot. One that would take down even an alpha if it found its mark. I didn't think so. Didn't plan. Just moved. I threw myself between Thane and the crossbow just as she pulled the trigger. The bolt hit me square in the chest, and the world exploded into silver fire and shadow. I felt the dark magic wrapped around the silver tip sink into my flesh, seeking my heart, my life force, everything that made me who I was. I heard Thane roar, a sound of pure anguish that seemed to shake the very earth. Felt him catch me as I fell, his hands pressing against the wound even though I could feel his flesh burning where it contacted the silver. No, 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 he was saying, or maybe screaming. Vesper, stay with me. Linnea. Linnea. I tried to speak, to tell him I was sorry, that at least he was safe, that stopping that bolt from hitting him was worth whatever came next. But no words would come. Only blood, copper bright, bubbling up from my lungs. The Luna bond between us flared brighter than ever, and I felt something extraordinary happen. Felt Thane poured his own life force into me through that connection, trying to keep me alive, through sheer force of will and alpha power. But the dark magic coating the bolt fought against him, devouring the energy as fast as he could provide it. You can't save her, the Order's leader said coldly, standing over us with her crossbow reloaded. That bolt was specifically designed to kill Moonborn. The poison is already destroying her from the inside. Surrender now, or watch her die slowly while we slaughter the rest of your pack. Thane looked up at her, and what I saw in his face was beyond rage, beyond fury. It was something primal and terrible, something that made the woman take an involuntary step backward despite her armor and weapons. You made a mistake, he said, his voice eerily calm. The worst mistake of your life. Because the only thing more dangerous than an alpha protecting his pack, the air around him began to shimmer with power, with pack bonds pulling tight as every wolf in Shadowpine responded to their alpha's call, is an alpha watching his Luna die. Then he shifted. Not into his half-form. Not into his wolf. Into something else, something I'd never seen before, something that shouldn't have been possible. A form that blended the most terrifying aspects of both human and beast, that stood nearly 8 feet tall with muscles that rippled with barely contained power, that radiated an aura of dominance so overwhelming that half the Order's fighters dropped their weapons and fled. This was the true Alpha. The form that only appeared in the most desperate circumstances, when a pack leader's bond to their people or their mate was threatened beyond endurance. And it was magnificent and terrifying in equal measure. What happened next I only experienced in fragments through the haze of pain and poisoning. Thane tearing through the Order's forces like a force of nature. The leader tried to run, and not make it 10 feet. Screams and surrender. Pack members rallying, their own power amplified by their alpha's transformation. And through it all, Linnea's hands on my chest, her own magic fighting the dark poison, her voice urgent in my ear. Stay with us, child.
Stay.
The bolt missed your heart by inches. You can survive this, but you have to fight. You have to want to live. Did I want to live? The question should have been absurd. But with silver fire burning through my veins and dark magic eating at my consciousness, it was harder to remember why. Then Thane was there, returned to human form, his hands replacing Linnea's on my wound. And I felt the Luna bond surge between us, not him forcing his power into me anymore, but both of us meeting in the middle, our energies intertwining and amplifying each other. Don't leave me, he said, and his voice cracked. We just found each other. I've waited over a century for you. You don't get to leave now. I won't allow it. And somehow, impossibly, that worked. The combination of his alpha power, my Moonborn magic, and the Luna bond connecting us created something new, something that pushed back against the dark poison, that transformed it from death to merely pain, that gave my body the strength it needed to start healing. The silver bolt dissolved within my flesh, destroyed by magic it had never been designed to face, the combined power of true mates working in perfect harmony. I gasped, drawing in a full breath for the first time since being hit. The pain was still immense, but it was the pain of healing rather than dying. Progress rather than ending. There you are, Thane said, and I'd never heard such relief in anyone's voice. Come back to me. All the way back. I tried to smile, though it probably looked more like a grimace. Did we win? We survived, he corrected, pressing his forehead against mine in that gesture I'd come to love. That's enough for today. Around us, the battlefield had gone quiet. The fires were being extinguished. The Order's forces, those who hadn't fled, were being restrained by pack members. And Shadowpine still stood. We had survived.
Barely.
But survived nonetheless. As Linnea and other healers worked to stabilize the wounded, as pack members began the grim work of counting casualties and securing prisoners, I lay in Thane's arms and let myself accept what I'd been fighting. The Luna bond wasn't something to fear or resist. It was home. It belonged. It was two souls recognizing each other across impossible divides and choosing to bridge them. "Thane," I whispered. "What do you need?" he asked immediately. "Water? More healing? I'll get." "I accept," I interrupted him. "The bond. The role. All of it. I accept." He went completely still, hardly daring to breathe. "Vesper, you don't have to decide this now. You're injured, in pain." "I nearly died." I cut him off. "And the only thing I regretted was not telling you sooner. Not claiming what we both knew was real." I reached up with trembling fingers to touch his face. "I accept the Luna bond, Thane Shadowpine. I choose you. I choose us. I choose this pack and this life, and whatever comes next." The bond flared between us, not gradually strengthening like it had been, but snapping into place all at once with devastating finality. I felt it like a physical sensation, like two pieces of a puzzle finally fitting together perfectly. Like coming home after a lifetime of wandering. And in Thane's eyes, I saw my own wonder and relief and love reflected back at me. "My Luna," he breathed. "Finally."
Completely.
"Mine." "Yours," I agreed. "And you're mine. That goes both ways." He kissed me then, carefully because I was injured, but with an intensity that spoke of everything we'd been through, everything we'd almost lost, everything we were choosing to build together. When we finally broke apart, Linnea was standing over us with an expression somewhere between exasperation and satisfaction. "Well," she said dryly, "I suppose nearly dying does have its uses for making people see sense. Welcome officially to the pack, Luna Vesper. Now, let's get you into bed before you pass out from blood loss and make this romantic moment significantly less dignified." Despite everything, the pain, the exhaustion, the trauma of the battle, I laughed. Because I was alive. Because we were alive. Because I had finally found where I belonged. And nothing, not hunters or dark magic or ancient vendettas, was going to take that away from me.
Not now.
Not ever. Chapter 13. Luna Rising. I woke to afternoon sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows, my body aching in places I didn't know could ache. For a disorienting moment, I couldn't remember where I was or why every breath felt like dragging air through broken glass. Then memory returned in a flood. The battle, the silver bolt, the dark magic that had nearly killed me. My hand moved instinctively to my chest where the wound should have been. Instead, I found only tender, newly healed skin beneath soft bandages. "Easy," a gentle voice said. I turned my head, too quickly, sending the room spinning, to find an unfamiliar woman sitting in a chair beside the bed. She had kind eyes and graying hair pulled back in a practical bun. "You've been sleeping for almost 2 days. Your body needs time to recover from the healing process." 2 days. I tried to sit up, panic flaring. "Thane, the pack, is everyone." "Everyone is fine," she assured me, gently pressing me back against the pillows with surprising strength. "Well, mostly fine. We lost 3 pack members in the battle, and another dozen were seriously injured. But we're alive, and the settlement is secure. I'm Cora, one of the pack healers. Linnea has been checking on you every few hours, but she needed rest herself. The old woman pushed herself to exhaustion, keeping you and the others alive." Guilt twisted in my stomach. 3 dead. Because of me. Because I'd awakened my heritage and drawn the Order's attention to this place. "Hey, none of that," Cora said, apparently reading my expression. "I can see those thoughts forming, and they're not welcome here. You didn't kill those pack members. The Order did. You fought beside us, took a bolt meant for our Alpha, and helped turn the tide of battle. You're a hero, not a burden." "I don't feel like a hero," I admitted, my voice rough from disuse. "I feel like I brought death to people who didn't deserve it. Everyone who lives long enough brings both joy and sorrow to those around them, Cora said philosophically. That's the nature of existence. What matters is what you do with the time you're given, how you honor those who've fallen. And speaking of honoring people, she stood and moved toward the door. There's someone who's been haunting this hallway like a ghost, desperate to see you but under strict orders not to disturb your rest. She opened the door, and Thane practically fell through it, his careful composure shattering the moment he saw me awake. He looked terrible, dark circles under his eyes, his clothes rumpled, his hair disheveled as if he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. "You're awake," he said, and his voice carried such profound relief that my chest tightened. "Linnea said you would be soon, but every hour you didn't wake up, I thought." He cut himself off, jaw clenching. "I'll give you two some privacy," Cora said tactfully, slipping out and closing the door behind her. Thane crossed the room in 3 long strides and sank onto the edge of the bed, his hands framing my face with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with the desperate intensity in his storm-gray eyes. "Don't ever do that again," he said roughly. "Don't ever throw yourself in front of something meant to kill me." "I can't. I won't survive watching you take a killing blow meant for me." "You would have done the same for me," I pointed out. "Did do the same, actually. Multiple times during that battle." "That's different. I'm Alpha. I'm supposed to protect. And I'm Luna now," I interrupted, reaching up to cover his hand with mine. "Which means I protect too. That's what we do. We protect each other, protect the pack. It goes both ways, Thane. You don't get to be the only one willing to take risks." He stared at me for a long moment, conflict warring in his expression. Then he leaned forward, pressing his forehead against mine in that gesture that had become our anchor. "You terrify me," he whispered. "The depth of what I feel for you, how completely the bond has claimed me, it's overwhelming. I've led this pack for decades, faced countless threats, survived battles that should have killed me. But nothing has ever frightened me the way the thought of losing you frightens me." "I know," I whispered back, feeling the Luna bond pulse between us with warmth and certainty. "I feel it too. This connection that shouldn't be possible, shouldn't work between such different beings. But it does work. It's real and right and worth fighting for." He kissed me then, softly at first, mindful of my injuries, but deepening when I made a sound of protest at his restraint. The Luna bond flared bright between us, and I felt his relief, his love, his absolute devotion flowing through it like warm honey. When we finally broke apart, both breathing harder, his thumb traced my lower lip with reverent care. "The pack wants to hold a formal Luna ceremony," he said, "to officially recognize you as my mate, as their Luna. But only if you're ready. Only if you want." "I want," I said immediately. "I accepted the bond, Thane. I'm not going to hide from what that means or ask the pack to pretend I'm something I'm not." "When do we do this ceremony?" "Traditionally, it happens during the next full moon," he replied, "which is in 3 days. It would give you more time to heal, to prepare mentally for what it entails." "What does it entail?" I asked, suddenly nervous. A small smile tugged at his lips. "Nothing too dramatic. You'll stand before the pack, declare your acceptance of the bond and your role as Luna. I'll mark you." His fingers traced my neck where it met my shoulder, sending shivers down my spine. "Here, where everyone can see it. A bite that will scar, that will mark you as mine to any supernatural being with eyes to see. Then the pack will acknowledge you, swear loyalty to you as they have to me. And we'll celebrate." "You're going to bite me in front of everyone?" I clarified, heat rising in my cheeks. His smile widened, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. "It's symbolic as much as practical. The bite creates a permanent bond marker, but it's also a declaration that you're mine to protect, mine to cherish, mine to stand beside." "It won't hurt," he added, seeing my expression. "The Luna bond will transform what would normally be painful into something quite different." The way he said "quite different" made my mouth go dry. "Okay, I managed. 3 days. I can work with that." A knock at the door interrupted us. Thane growled softly in frustration before calling, "Enter." Merrick stepped inside, his expression serious. "Sorry to interrupt," Alpha Luna. But we need to discuss what to do with the prisoners. My stomach sank. The Order's fighters who survived? 7 of them, Merrick confirmed, including their squad leader. The rest either fled or... He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. What are our options? Thane asked, shifting smoothly into alpha mode even as he kept one hand on mine, maintaining our physical connection. Execution, by pack law, Merrick said bluntly. They attacked our territory, killed our people. We'd be within our rights. But, I prompted, sensing there was more. But they might have information, Merrick continued, about the Order's structure, their bases, their plans for future attacks, and about, he looked at me, about Vesper's mother, what they did with her body, her possessions, what records they kept about Moonborn bloodlines. My breath caught. I'd almost forgotten Linnea's suggestion about retrieving my mother's things, finding out more about my heritage through what the Order had taken from her. I want to talk to them, I said, the decision crystallizing. Especially their leader. She said something during the battle about her sister being killed by Moonborn. I want to understand what happened, what they believe happened. Maybe we can find some way to bridge this hatred. Vesper, they tried to kill you, Thane said carefully. They're fanatics who've spent their lives hunting and murdering people like you. I'm not sure conversation is going to change centuries of indoctrination. Maybe not, I agreed. But I have to try. If there's even a chance of making them see that we're not the monsters they believe us to be, isn't that worth attempting? Otherwise, we're just perpetuating a cycle of violence that's gone on for generations. Thane studied me for a long moment, something like wonder in his expression. You continue to surprise me. Most people who'd been shot with a silver bolt designed to kill them would be calling for their attacker's head. You want to talk to her. I want to understand her, I corrected. There's a difference. Understanding doesn't mean forgiveness or absolution. It just means recognizing that hatred this deep usually comes from pain that's never been addressed. Maybe if we address the pain, we can begin to break the cycle. And if she tries to kill you again? Merrick asked pragmatically. Then you execute her, and we tried, I said simply. But I need to at least attempt to reach her before we resort to killing. For my own conscience, if nothing else. Thane sighed, clearly not loving the idea but respecting my position. Very well. But not until you're healed enough to defend yourself. And not alone. I'll be there. Merrick will be there, and we'll have guards positioned where they can intervene if she makes any hostile moves. Fair enough, I agreed. After Merrick left to make arrangements, I turned back to Thane. Tell me about the pack members we lost. I need to know who died protecting me. Pain flickered across his features. Marcus, one of our scouts. Young, barely 20. He took a silver blade through the heart while trying to protect a group of children who'd wandered too close to the boundary. Elena, a healer who'd been with the pack for 40 years. She was treating wounded when one of the Order's fighters targeted her specifically. And Thomas, Merrick's younger brother. He died disrupting the Void Wraith summoning ritual, buying us time for you to break their concentration. Each name was a weight added to my chest. A life ended because I existed, because I'd awakened powers that drew deadly attention. I want to meet their families, I said quietly. Pay my respects properly. Learn about who they were, what they meant to the pack. They would appreciate that, Thane replied, his hand tightening on mine. But Vesper, they died doing what pack members do. Protecting each other, defending their home, standing against threats to their community. They didn't die because of you. They died fighting alongside you. There's a difference. Is there? I asked, unconvinced. Yes, he said firmly. One makes you a curse, something to be ashamed of. The other makes you pack, worth fighting for. They chose the latter. Honor that choice by living fully, by being the Luna they died protecting. That's how you respect their sacrifice. His words made sense intellectually, but emotionally, the guilt still gnawed at me. It would take time, I realized, to fully accept that my presence here, while dangerous, was also valuable. That I was worth the risks people chose to take on my behalf. There's something else we need to discuss, Thane said after a moment of comfortable silence. The other packs who pledged support during the council meeting, they've been sending messages. They want to know if we need additional resources for defense, if there are wounded who need treatment, if we expect further attacks. What have you told them? That we're securing the territory, tending to our wounded, and remaining on high alert. But they're offering more than just military support. Alpha Torvin suggested sending some of his pack scholars to help with your training, people who have knowledge of ancient magic and might be able to accelerate your development. And several other alphas have offered sanctuary if we need to evacuate portions of our population temporarily. That's incredibly generous, I said, touched by the solidarity. It's strategic as much as generous, Thane replied honestly. You're Moonborn, potentially the only one in existence. Every pack in this alliance recognizes that you're valuable, that your gifts could benefit all of us. Healers who can cure silver poisoning in seconds, shields that can hold off dark magic, the ability to see supernatural threats that others might miss. You're an asset worth investing in. I'm not sure how I feel about being an asset, I admitted. Then think of yourself as family instead, he suggested. That's what pack really means, family by choice rather than blood. They're offering help because you're part of the alliance now, through your bond to me. That makes you someone they're invested in protecting and helping develop. A soft knock came at the door before it opened to reveal Linnea, looking significantly better rested than the last time I'd seen her. Her sharp eyes swept over me, assessing my condition with practiced efficiency. Good. You're awake and coherent, she said without preamble. I need to check your wound, make sure it's healing properly. The combination of silver poisoning and dark magic should have killed you 3 times over. The fact that you're sitting up and talking is borderline miraculous. The Luna bond helped, I said as she began unwrapping my bandages. I felt Thane's power combining with mine, pushing back the poison. Yes, that was quite something, Linnea agreed, examining the newly healed skin with approval. I've never seen a bond manifest that powerful so early in its formation. Usually, it takes years for mates to achieve that level of synchronized magic. She glanced between us with something like satisfaction. You two are either blessed by the goddess herself or headed for spectacular disaster. Possibly both. Comforting, Thane said dryly. I'm 3 centuries old, Linnea replied, rewrapping the bandages with clean cloth. I stopped sugarcoating things 200 years ago. Now, Vesper, your physical healing is progressing well, but we need to discuss your magical development. That battle revealed both strengths and weaknesses in your training. Such as? I asked, bracing for criticism. Your instincts are excellent. You responded to threats with appropriate magic without conscious thought, which is rare in newly awakened Moonborn. Your healing gift is remarkably potent. And your ability to disrupt dark magic rituals suggests you might have a communion gift as well, though we'll need to test that properly. She paused. But your shields are weak, your offensive capabilities limited to basic blasts, and you have no training in sustained magical combat. If the battle had lasted longer, you would have burned out before our enemies did. So, what do I need to work on? I asked, determined to address these weaknesses before the next threat arrived. Everything, Linnea said bluntly. But we have time now. The Order's local cell has been decimated. It will take them months, possibly years, to rebuild enough to mount another serious assault. That gives us breathing room to properly train you, to unlock any remaining gifts, to turn you from a talented novice into a formidable Luna. I want to start as soon as I'm healed enough, I said. Tomorrow, Linnea declared. Today, you rest and regain your strength. Tomorrow, we begin again. And this time, we train you not just to survive, but to dominate any battlefield you're forced to stand on. After Linnea left with final instructions about rest and nutrition, Thane helped me stand and walk to the window. My legs were shaky, but functional. Below, I could see the settlement returning to normal. Pack members rebuilding damaged structures, children playing under watchful eyes, the community coming together to heal from trauma. It's beautiful, I said softly, watching the scene. Resilience. The way they're supporting each other. That's a pack, Thane replied, coming to stand behind me, his arms wrapping around my waist carefully to avoid my injury. We endure. We adapt. Do we survive together or not at all? I leaned back against his solid warmth, feeling the Luna bond hum contentedly between us. For the first time since awakening my heritage, I felt something close to peace. Not because the threats were gone, they weren't. Not because the challenges ahead would be easy, they wouldn't be. But because I was home, with a man who saw me, truly saw me, and chose me anyway. With a pack that had accepted me despite the dangers I brought. With a purpose that went beyond simple survival into something meaningful. I was Luna. I was Moonborn. I was both terrifyingly powerful and still learning what that meant. And, for the first time in my life, that was enough. 3 days until the ceremony, I said, turning in his arms to face him. Think the pack is ready for a human Luna? You're not quite human anymore, he pointed out with a slight smile. And yes, they're ready. They've been ready since you took that bolt meant for me. Since you fought beside them rather than hiding. Since you showed them what courage really looks like. I wasn't courageous, I protested. I was terrified. Courage isn't the absence of fear, Thane said, his hand coming up to cup my face. It's being terrified and doing what needs to be done anyway. You embody that, Vesper. Every day since we met, you've been afraid and brave in equal measure. That's what makes you extraordinary. His words wrapped around my heart, settling something that had been uncertain since my mother's death 13 years ago. I had worth. I had a purpose. I had people who valued me not despite my nature, but because of it. Kiss me, I whispered, rising on my toes despite the protest from my healing injury. He obliged, his lips meeting mine with careful passion, the Luna bond flaring bright between us. And in that kiss, I tasted our future, challenges and triumphs, battles and peace, a love that would weather whatever storms came. 3 days until I became Luna officially. But in every way that mattered, I already was. And nothing, not hunters, not dark magic, not ancient feuds, would change that. I had found my pack. I had found my mate. I had found myself. And I was never letting go. Chapter 14. Moonlit Promises. The 3 days before the ceremony passed in a blur of preparation, training, and unexpected visitors. True to her word, Linnea resumed my magical training the morning after I woke, though she scaled back the intensity to accommodate my still healing body. We focused on defensive techniques and energy conservation, learning how to maintain shields for extended periods without exhausting myself, how to draw power from the moon's influence rather than solely from my own reserves. The moon is your ally, Linnea explained during one particularly grueling session. Your connection to lunar energy is literally written in your blood. Most magic users have to work to establish that connection, but for Moonborn, it's innate. You just need to learn how to consciously access it. She taught me meditation techniques that allowed me to feel the moon's pull even during daylight hours, to tap into that vast reservoir of power that waxed and waned with the lunar cycle. It was extraordinary, like discovering I'd been carrying an empty vessel my entire life, and suddenly realizing there was an ocean waiting to fill it. On the second day, I kept my promise to visit the families of those who'd fallen defending the pack. Marcus's parents were younger than I expected, his mother barely 40, his father perhaps a few years older. They welcomed me into their home with grief-stained faces, but no anger, no blame. He died protecting children, his mother said, clutching a worn photograph of a young man with kind eyes and an easy smile. That's exactly how Marcus would have wanted it. He always said if he had to go, he wanted it to mean something. It meant everything, I assured her, my voice thick with emotion. His sacrifice gave us the time we needed to regroup, to turn the battle. He saved lives with his courage. Elena's family, 3 grown children, and a mate who looked hollowed out by loss, shared stories of a woman who had dedicated her life to healing others. She wouldn't want you carrying guilt, her eldest daughter told me. Mother always said that healers accept risk as part of the calling. She knew the danger when she went to tend the wounded near the battle lines. She chose to go anyway, because that's who she was. Thomas was the hardest. Merrick had asked to be present when I visited his parents, and I understood why the moment I saw his face. the younger brother he'd failed to protect, even though the failure was impossible to prevent. Their parents were devastated but stoic, pack members to their cores. Thomas was always trying to prove himself, his father said. Always in Merrick's shadow, wanting to be as strong, as capable. He finally got his chance to be a hero, to make a difference. I wish it hadn't cost his life, but I'm proud of what he did. After each visit, I felt the weight on my chest ease slightly. Not because the grief or guilt disappeared, but because these families had given me permission to honor their losses by living fully, by being the Luna they'd helped protect. On the evening of the second day, I finally sat down with the Order's captured leader. They'd kept her in a secured room in the lower level of the main building, comfortable enough not to be torture, secure enough that escape was impossible. 2 guards flanked the door, and Thane, Merrick, and Bronwyn accompanied me inside, positioning themselves where they could intervene instantly if needed. The woman looked different without her combat gear and mask. Older than I'd expected, perhaps mid-40s, with iron-gray hair and eyes that burned with undiminished hatred despite her circumstances. Silver restraints bound her wrists, keeping her from making any aggressive moves. "Come to gloat?" she asked as I took a seat across from her. "To show the captured hunter how merciful Luna can be?" "I came to understand," I replied calmly, though my heart raced. "You said during the battle that Moonborn killed your sister. I want to know what happened." She laughed, a bitter, broken sound. "What does it matter? You're all the same. Monsters wearing human faces, corrupting everything you touch with your dark magic." "Except I'm not," I said firmly. "I didn't even know I was Moonborn until a week ago. I've never hurt anyone with magic, never used it for anything except healing and defense. So, help me understand. What did the Moonborn do to your sister that made you dedicate your life to hunting them?" For a long moment, she just stared at me, clearly trying to decide if I was sincere or simply playing some elaborate game. Finally, something in her expression shifted, not softening exactly, but becoming less guarded. "Her name was Catherine," she said quietly. 20 years ago, she was traveling through territories west of here. She encountered a woman who claimed to be a healer, who offered to treat an infection Catherine had developed. But instead of healing her, the woman drained her life force to fuel some ritual, left her a withered husk barely clinging to consciousness. She died 3 days later, begging me to stop the monsters before they hurt anyone else. My stomach twisted with horror. That's not what Moonborn healing is supposed to do. The gift is about giving life force, not taking it. Whoever did that to your sister was either corrupted or never truly Moonborn at all. "Lies," she spat, though with less conviction than before. "The Order has documented hundreds of cases of dark practitioners claiming to be Moonborn to avoid persecution." Linnea interrupted from where she'd been standing silently near the door. "Yes, it happened. Particularly during the Purge, when real Moonborn were being hunted to extinction. Witches and blood mages would claim the Moonborn title, commit atrocities, then disappear, leaving the true Moonborn to face the consequences and blame." "How convenient," the woman sneered. "Every crime blamed on imposters, every murder just a misunderstanding." "Not every crime," I said honestly. "I'm sure some Moonborn went dark over the centuries. Some probably did terrible things. Just like some humans become serial killers, some werewolves go rogue, some witches turn to blood magic. Every species has individuals who choose evil. But that doesn't make the entire bloodline evil." "Pretty speech," she said. "But it doesn't bring my sister back." "No," I agreed softly. "Nothing will bring her back. Just like nothing will bring back the 3 pack members who died fighting your forces. Just like nothing will restore the Moonborn mother who was murdered 13 years ago, leaving her daughter to grow up alone and ignorant of her heritage. We're all carrying losses, all perpetuating cycles of violence that go back centuries. At some point, someone has to be brave enough to say enough." "And you think that someone is you?" She challenged me. A girl barely awakened to her powers, playing at being Luna to a pack of wolves. "I think it has to start somewhere," I replied. "With someone. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's both of us, deciding that our sister's memories deserve better than endless revenge and bloodshed. She was quiet for a long time, her expression unreadable. Finally, she said, "What do you want from me?" "Information," I said honestly. "About my mother. About what the Order took from her when they killed her. About where your bases are, what other cells exist, what plans you have for future attacks against supernatural communities. And in exchange, your life," Thane said from behind me, "and the lives of your surviving squad members. We'll exile you rather than execute you, give you a chance to return to the Order, and tell them what you've seen here. That the Moonborn who survived the Purge isn't a threat to be eliminated, but a bridge to be respected." "They'll never believe that," she said flatly. "They'll say you've corrupted me, twisted my mind with magic." "Probably," I agreed. "But maybe a few will listen. Maybe a few will start questioning the dogma they've been taught. And maybe that starts a conversation that eventually leads to something better than this endless war." She studied me for another long moment. Then, to my surprise, her shoulders sagged slightly. "The Order has 3 major bases in this region. One in the mountains to the north, one hidden in a human city 200 miles west, and one," she hesitated, "one built on the ruins of an old Moonborn sanctuary, about 50 miles south of here. That's where they keep the artifacts and records from purged bloodlines. Where they'd have taken your mother's possessions." My breath caught. 50 miles. My mother's things were 50 miles away. "The southern base is the most heavily fortified," she continued. "Protected by wards, magical traps, elite fighters. Attacking it would be suicide." "Good thing I'm not planning to attack it then," I said, mind already working through possibilities. "Just retrieve what's mine." "You'd never make it past the outer defenses," she warned, though I caught something in her tone, not quite concerned, but not quite dismissive either. "We'll see," I replied, standing. "Thank you for the information. It's more than I expected." "Why?" she asked as I moved toward the door. "Why show me mercy when we tried to kill you?" I paused, looking back at her. "Because you're not my enemy. You're someone who lost a sister and spent 20 years grieving through violence. I understand that. And I refuse to let my mother's death make me into someone who perpetuates that cycle. She deserved better. Your sister deserved better. We all deserve better." As we left the room, Thane's hand found mine. "You continue to amaze me," he said softly. "Most people would have wanted revenge." "Revenge won't bring her back," I said, echoing my earlier words. "But maybe breaking the cycle will honor her memory in a way that matters." The day of the Luna ceremony dawned clear and perfect, the sky a crystalline blue unmarred by clouds. I woke before sunrise, too nervous to sleep, and found Thane already awake beside me, apparently sharing my restlessness. "Second thoughts?" he asked, propping himself up on one elbow to study my face. "About accepting the bond?" "No," I replied immediately. "About doing it in front of the entire pack while you bite me? Maybe slightly nervous about that part." He smiled, his thumb tracing my jawline. "It's traditional and symbolic. But if you'd prefer something more private." "No," I interrupted. "I want to do this properly. I want the pack to witness it, to know beyond any doubt that I'm claiming this role fully. No half measures, no hiding." "My fierce Luna," he murmured, leaning in to kiss me softly. "You're going to be magnificent." Linnea and Bronwyn arrived an hour later to help me prepare, shooing Thane out despite his protests. They'd brought a dress unlike anything I'd ever worn, white as moonlight, made of fabric that seemed to shimmer and flow like water, with silver embroidery that traced patterns of moon phases up the skirt and across the bodice. "It's beautiful," I breathed, running my fingers over the delicate stitching. "It belonged to the previous Luna," Linnea explained. "Thane's mother. She wore it at her own ceremony 70 years ago. He wants you to have it, to wear it today." Tears pricked my eyes. "I don't know if I'm worthy of." "You are." Bronwyn cut me off firmly. "You took a bolt meant for our Alpha. You stood and fought when you could have run. You're trying to break cycles of violence that have existed for centuries. If that doesn't make you worthy of this pack, of this role, nothing ever will. They helped me into the dress, and it fit perfectly, as if it had been made for me rather than for a woman who died decades before I was born. Linnea braided my pale blonde hair with silver threads woven through it, leaving it to fall down my back in an intricate pattern. The pendant, my mother's pendant, rested against my collarbone, warm and reassuring. When I finally looked in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. I looked like someone from a fairy tale, someone ethereal and powerful, someone who could be Luna to a pack of werewolves. Perfect, Linnea declared. Now, let's review the ceremony one more time, so you know what to expect. Sunset painted the sky in shades of amber and rose as the pack gathered in the clearing where the moon circle stood. Every member of Shadowpine was present, along with representatives from allied packs who'd come to witness this unprecedented event, a Moonborn becoming Luna to a werewolf pack. I stood at the edge of the circle, my heart hammering against my ribs as Linnea made the final adjustments to my dress. Through the crowd, I could see Thane at the center of the ancient standing stones, wearing formal attire, black pants and a dark shirt that emphasized his powerful build, with a ceremonial silver chain around his neck that marked him as Alpha. Even from a distance, I could feel the Luna bond pulling tight between us, eager for what was about to happen. Ready? Linnea asked softly. As I'll ever be, I replied. She nodded and stepped forward to address the assembled crowd. We gather under the full moon to witness a sacred bonding, the recognition of Luna to our Alpha. Vesper Marshall, descendant of the Moonborn bloodline, has accepted the Luna bond with Thane Shadowpine. She comes before us to claim her place, to take her oath, and to receive the Alpha's mark. Let all who witness remember this night, when two souls became one in the eyes of the moon and the pack. The crowd parted as I walked forward, creating a path to the moon circle. I could feel hundreds of eyes on me, could sense the weight of their attention, their judgment, their curiosity. But I kept my head high, my step steady, my focus on Thane waiting at the center. As I stepped between the standing stones, power washed over me. The accumulated magic of centuries of rituals, the lunar energy that these stones channeled and focused. My moonborn nature responded instinctively, silver light beginning to gather beneath my skin. Thane extended his hand, and I took it, feeling the bond flare bright at the contact. Vesper Marshall, he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the clearing, do you come here of your own free will, without coercion or manipulation, to accept the Luna bond and all it entails? I do, I replied, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Do you swear to stand beside me as equal and partner, to lead this pack with wisdom and compassion, to protect those under our care with your life if necessary? I swear it, I said, and felt the words sink into my bones, becoming more than just speech, becoming oath, becoming bond, becoming fundamental truth. Do you accept me as your mate, your Alpha, your chosen one, to share in both triumph and hardship, in joy and sorrow, in all the days the moon grants us together? I accept, I whispered, though the words carried with supernatural clarity. I choose you. I choose us. I choose this pack and this life. For as long as the moon shines and my heart beats, I am yours. The Luna bond exploded between us, the final words triggering something fundamental. I gasped as power poured through the connection, not just Thane's alpha strength, but something greater. The collective energy of the pack itself, recognizing me, accepting me, welcoming me into their family of choice. Thane pulled me closer, his hand sliding to the curve where my neck met my shoulder, the traditional marking spot, where the bite would be visible to anyone looking. This will claim you as mine in ways that go beyond ceremony or words, he said softly, for my ears alone. Every supernatural being will be able to see and sense my mark on you. There's no taking it back, no hiding what we are to each other. Are you certain? I've never been more certain of anything, I replied, tilting my head to give him better access. Mark me. Make me yours. Make me Luna. His lips brushed against my neck, gentle at first. Then I felt his teeth, sharper now, elongating slightly as he allowed his wolf to surface. The Luna bond surged as he bit down, and instead of pain, I felt ecstasy. Pure, overwhelming connection that went beyond physical, beyond emotional, into something spiritual and eternal. I felt Thane's essence pouring into me through the mark, felt our souls intertwining on a level I hadn't known existed. And I felt the pack, every single member, accepting me through their bonds to their alpha, welcoming me as their Luna with a joy that brought tears to my eyes. When Thane finally released the bite, I swayed on my feet, drunk on sensation and connection and love so profound it rewrote my understanding of what love could be. Behold, Thane's voice rang out, turning me to face the assembled crowd. You're Luna, marked and mated, accepted and sworn. Who speaks for the pack? We accept. The response came from hundreds of throats simultaneously, a chorus of affirmation that echoed through the clearing and into the forest beyond. We honor. We protect. We follow. Then, as one, the entire pack dropped to one knee, even the visiting alphas showing respect for what had just occurred. The sight of it, this powerful community bowing to acknowledge me, to welcome me, broke something open in my chest. I had never belonged anywhere. I had spent my entire life on the periphery, tolerated but never truly wanted. And now I have this. A family. A purpose. A home. Silver light exploded from me, responding to the overwhelming emotion, washing over the assembled crowd in a wave of pure lunar magic. Where it touched pack members, I felt their injuries healing, their exhaustion fading, their spirits lifting. The magic I'd been learning to control poured out in benediction, in gratitude, in love. When the light finally faded, the pack rose as one and erupted in celebration, howls of joy that echoed through the night, shouts of welcome, music starting up from somewhere in the crowd. Thane pulled me into his arms, and I buried my face against his chest, overwhelmed and grateful and happier than I'd ever imagined possible. Welcome home, Luna, he murmured against my hair. Welcome home. 3 months later, I stood at the edge of Shadowpine's boundary, looking south toward where the Order's base lay hidden. In my pack sat detailed maps, information gathered over weeks of careful intelligence work, and a plan that was either brilliant or insane, possibly both. You don't have to do this, Thane said from beside me, though we'd had this argument a dozen times already. We could send a tactical team, let trained warriors handle the retrieval. We've been over this, I replied patiently. I'm the only one who can bypass the Moonborn-specific wards protecting their archives. My blood is the key, literally. Besides, I turned to face him, taking his hands in mine. My mother deserves to have her belongings returned to the family. Her knowledge deserves to be used for healing and protection rather than locked away by those who fear it. He sighed, pulling me close. I know. Doesn't mean I have to like watching you walk into danger. You're not watching me walk into danger alone, I reminded him. Merrick, Bronwyn, and half a dozen of our best fighters are coming with me. Plus, I have 3 months of intensive training with Linnea under my belt now. I can shield, attack, heal, and I let silver light gather in my palm. Make a pretty spectacular exit if things go wrong. Just come back to me, he said, pressing his forehead against mine. That's all I ask. Come back to me whole and safe, and we'll call it a victory regardless of what you find there. I will. I promised. I love you too much to do anything stupid. You jumped in front of a crossbow bolt aimed at me, he pointed out dryly. Your definition of stupid may need recalibrating. I laughed, kissing him quickly. Fair point. I promise to only do moderately reckless things then. I suppose that's the best I can hope for with you. As our team assembled, checking gear, confirming routes, going over the plan one final time, I took a moment to look back at the settlement. At the home I'd found in the most unexpected place. At the pack that had become my family. At the life I'd built from the ashes of my old existence. 3 months ago, I'd been nobody. A burden, tolerated but unwanted. Now I was Luna. I was Moonborn. I was someone who stood at the intersection of worlds, working to build bridges rather than walls. Someone who'd survived assassination attempts and dark magic and her own doubts to become something greater than she'd ever imagined possible. My mother would have been proud, I thought. Would have loved seeing what I'd become, how I'd honored her sacrifice by refusing to let fear or hatred define me. Ready? Merrick asked, joining me at the boundary. I took a deep breath, feeling the Luna bond pulse warm and steady in my chest, Thane's presence a constant anchor even when we were apart. Feeling the moon's power singing in my blood, the magic I'd learned to wield with increasing confidence. Feeling the pack's support surrounding me like invisible armor. Ready, I confirmed. And as we set off into the forest, toward danger and discovery and the next chapter of this impossible story, I couldn't help but smile. Because I was finally, completely, irrevocably home. And nothing, not the order, not dark magic, not the weight of ancient feuds, could take that away from me. I was Vesper Shadowpine, Luna of the Pack, daughter of Moonlight. And my story was just beginning. The end. Thank you for howling along with us through chains of shadow and starlight. If this tale of destiny and devotion touched your heart, don't forget to leave your thoughts in the comments below. What was your favorite moment? Which scene had you on the edge of your seat? Your pack at Wolf Heart Tales reads every comment and loves hearing from you. Until next time, may the moon light your path, and may you always find your way home. Stay wild, moonlit souls.